This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel The Primitive Ancient Snake. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1501. This. Han Qing's face turned green when he saw the live broadcast in the depths of his consciousness. He had been in the Medicine King realm for so long. How could he have experienced such a battle? The scene of his adventure in the secret world was actually made public. Live broadcast, and so many people are watching my battle. Doesn't it mean that I have no secrets? Indeed, if you do this, no one will dare to do it secretly. After all, the whole live broadcast scene will be regarded as evidence. If you dare to do it in the fairy world, if you kill someone, you'll be arrested and executed immediately. The problem is that by doing so, your own methods will be revealed. If your enemies see the above content, they may be able to make various arrangements for your methods. In this case, how could he fight back and kill the enemy? Han Qing regretted it very much now. He regretted it very much. If he had known this kind of thing, he would never have allowed Lu Wei to live broadcast the whole process. This was just looking for hardship. Brothers, look quickly. There seemed to be more than a dozen savage beasts appearing 300 miles ahead, like a bloody mad tiger. Look at its fangs and claws. How terrifying, how sharp, and how terrible they are. Of cruelty. Lu Wei immediately used the live broadcast equipment to monitor the scene 300 miles away. If I appear in front of these bloody, crazy tigers, I'm afraid I will be torn into pieces by these tigers. However, if you guys can reward me, I would like to go out and show you the horror of a savage beast. Nah, what a lunatic. The corners of Han Qing's mouth twitched, and even a wealthy man like him almost wanted to curse. When venturing into the secret world, he naturally avoids any dangers. But this kid is lucky. He encountered dangers. But I still want to be reckless. Isn't this asking for death? But saying this immediately aroused the interest of many live broadcast viewers. Lu Wei, good job. I did not misjudge you. You are so brave. Hurry up and show these savage beasts how powerful we human beings are. If you really dare to go forward, I will immediately reward you with 10,000 immortal stones, and I will never break my promise. Haha, brother, I just like to watch this kind of primitive and bloody fighting. If you do a good job, I will give you a reward immediately. Many live broadcast viewers said immediately. Wow. Suddenly, a large wave of rewards immediately appeared on the live broadcast screen, and there were 20,000 immortal stones. It can be said that just for this reward, the equipment he purchased has already recovered less than half of its HP. This scene stimulated him, as if his blood had been pumped. As a matter of course, Lu Wei was beaten all over his head. Fortunately, he had a full set of intermediate defensive weapons, otherwise he would have been killed by these savage beasts. In the end, Han Qing couldn't stand it anymore, so he had to take action himself and kill these savage beasts. Immediately, this operation naturally aroused great interest from the audience and attracted a wave of rewards. Thank you all for the rewards. Thank you for the rewards. Thank you for the rewards. Please go and pay attention to the top brother. Lu Wei said loudly. It seems that there is another wild beast ahead, as big as a mountain. I will go over and take a look. Seeing Lu Wei committing suicide, Han Qing's face turned green. Lu Wei continued to commit suicide, and Han Qing continued to rescue him. Fortunately, Lu Wei's defense was strong enough, otherwise he would have died during the live broadcast. One day later, the live broadcast ended successfully, and Lu Wei also made a lot of money, earning 3 million immortal stones, and a lot of big brothers gave him rewards. 3 million fairy stones? Hearing this number, Han Qing was stunned. He had no idea that live streaming could be so profitable. He earned a full 3 million immortal stones just by live streaming. The speed of making money is amazing. I know that if ordinary people work part-time, they can only earn a few thousand immortal stones a month. It would probably take hundreds of years to earn 3 million immortal stones. Now one day is enough, which is really scary. And it's not easy to make money. It's not that simple. If it were that simple, Dan Daozi, the old senior in the Medicine King world, would not be forced to sell fake medicines on the street. Yes, the live broadcast industry is an industry that can make money so quickly. The live broadcast industry has developed to this day and has reached its peak. Now it is simply an era where everyone is a self-media and an era of fans. Lu Wei said with emotion, "There are not a few immortals in the fairy world who make a living by live broadcasting. Some people are capable and can live broadcast alchemy, weapon refining, sword training, etc., attracting a lot of professional fans. There are also some people who are very funny. They have made a lot of funny videos and attracted many immortal fans. They also live stream selling goods, making a lot of money and becoming rich overnight. There are also people who have no talent or ability, just like me. If they want to make money through live streaming, they have to work hard, go to some dangerous places, and live stream strange things. For example, live broadcasting a place where an evil god lives, some extremely dangerous secret worlds, and some even live broadcasting in dark underground worlds. Anyway, the more dangerous, dark, and bloody the live broadcast content is, the more people will like to watch it. Often the money you earn from a reward can be compared to the money you earn over tens of thousands of years. Immortal cultivation actually relies on money." He said that the live broadcast industry has been deeply rooted in the fairy world, and there will be live broadcasts by immortals at every turn. An anchor like him with millions of fans is just a newcomer in the anchor world, and the number of fans of ordinary anchors has exceeded several hundred million. Slightly better anchors have at least billions or tens of billions of fans. If they are top anchors, then the number of fans is measured in trillions. An anchor of this level can get incomparable benefits from just one live broadcast. An imaginary fairy stone. So every anchor in the fairy world is a top rich man, the kind that can rival the country. Anchor. Han Qing was very emotional. To be honest, the anchor industry is so profitable. If he didn't have other ways to make money, I would be very tempted to join the anchor industry. But after all, he is not the kind of person who likes to show off, so the industry has no chance with him. The most important thing is that he can create new prescriptions, make money from patents, and make huge profits. He can sit at home and collect money. Naturally, he doesn't want to show off his face to others like a clown. Thank you, Brother Han. If it weren't for you this time, I would have been dead this time for the live broadcast, so you also get half of the money for the live broadcast, and I will give you 1.5 million fairy stones. Lu Wei said in a deep voice. What? Hearing this, Han Qing was immediately shocked. Don't refuse in a hurry. To be honest, I have gained enough from the Savage Beast's secret realm this time, so today I will leave the Savage Beast's secret realm. From now on, you will be the only one left here. And without you, I will live broadcast this time. It won't succeed. This time I succeeded in attracting tens of millions of fans. I am considered to be on top, so 1.5 million immortal stones are nothing at all. Lu Wei smiled. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 15:02. Thank you. Hearing this, Han Qing took a deep look at the other party. It was obvious that this was the other party's good intention, and now he indeed lacks fairy stones and money in the fairy world. If he has this startup capital, it will be beneficial to his future. 10 times as big. But why would you take the risk to enter the Savage Beast's secret realm live broadcast? According to your family background, although it is not too rich, there is definitely no shortage of immortal stones, so why take such a risk? Han Qing couldn't help asking. He always felt that the other party's behavior was unusual. You do not know? The battle of geniuses in the universe that happens once in 100,000 years is about to begin. I am just preparing for this battle, so I am willing to take the risk. Lu Wei asked a little doubtfully. A battle of cosmic geniuses? Han Qing was stunned. To be honest, the time he entered the fairy world was too short. Although he knew a lot of common sense about the fairy world, he still didn't know many secrets of the fairy world. It seems that Brother Han, as an immortal who has just ascended to the immortal world, does not know much about the immortal world. Lu Wei smiled slightly. Do you know that I ascended from the mortal world? Han Qing didn't expect that his identity would be exposed. This is a natural thing. Brother Han is ignorant of many things in the immortal world. This is not the behavior of the natives of the immortal world at all, so he must be an immortal who ascended from the human world, and it has not been a long time. But Brother Han doesn't need to hide this kind of thing. After all, many immortals ascend every year, and he has long been accustomed to it. Lu Wei laughed. In fact, for the natives of the immortal world, these ascended immortals are equivalent to immigrants from a country. They are just immortals from other places. Moreover, the area of the immortal world is extremely vast, more than the human world. The immortals are nothing at all, just a drop in the bucket. The local immortals in the immortal world have no prejudice against this kind of thing. Well, I am indeed an immortal who has just ascended, so I am not very familiar with things in the immortal world. What is this so-called battle of geniuses in the universe? Han Qing asked shamelessly. Since his identity has been exposed, there is no need for him to continue to hide it. I wonder if Brother Han knows about the 3 superpowers of the immortal world that are transcendent. Lu Wei asked back. Naturally, we know that they are the World Bank that issues currency and controls the entire financial system in the fairy world. Han Qing nodded. There is also the Giant Axe Arena, which rules the entire fairy world, sells weapons, and is also the largest martial arts organization. Finally, there is the Universe Virtual Company that monopolizes the entire world's communications industry. These 3 major power is the superpower that dominates all powers. As an immortal who has ascended to the immortal world, it is impossible for him not to know about these 3 superpowers. After all, the food, clothing, housing, and transportation in the immortal world are closely related to these 3 powers. For such a behemoth, he is in awe from the bottom of his heart. That's right, the World Bank, Giant Axe Arena, and Universe Virtual Corporation are the 3 major transcendent forces in our fairy world. Lu Wei said in a deep voice. In fact, these 3 major forces not only monopolize the fairy world, it is said that the divine world is also monopolized by them. They are ancient forces that have existed since the beginning of the world and are guarded by the chaos demon god. What? Hearing this, Han Qing's expression changed. Although he had long known that these 3 ancient forces were extremely terrifying, their tentacles were spread throughout every corner of the fairy world, and they were present in every industry. They were like giant beasts. They ate into every corner of the fairy world. But after hearing these words, he found that these 3 major forces were more terrifying than imagined. They were so ancient that he couldn't imagine and had no idea how long they had existed. As you can imagine, how much energy is contained behind 3 such ancient organizations, and even the legendary chaos demon god behind them, it is really terrifying. Could it be that the battle of cosmic geniuses is related to these 3 major forces? Han Qing couldn't help but ask. Yes, Brother Han is really smart. Lu Wei smiled slightly. In fact, the cosmic genius battle is jointly organized by these 3 major forces. It will be held once every 100,000 years. The purpose is to select the peerless genius in the entire fairy world. If anyone can come out on top in the battle of cosmic geniuses, then whoever can hope to join these 3 major forces will cause a sensation in the entire fairy world every time such a grand event is held. After all, once you join these 3 superpowers and become one of them, you will reach the sky in 1 step. Even becoming a saint is not difficult. Han Qing's heart suddenly pounded. To be honest, he was also moved. Although these 3 ancient forces are indeed terrifying, they only feel scary when they are enemies. If they are one of their own, they are undoubtedly their biggest backers. No one dares to provoke anyone. This is equivalent to having a huge backer behind him, and he can simply walk sideways in the fairy world. It is said that the Cosmic Genius War has an extremely long history. In the ancient times, its name seemed to be the Chaos Genius War. Lu Wei talked about history, and the time interval between Chaos Genius Wars is also very long. I am afraid it will only be held once every 10,000 epochs. After all, the 6 realms were not divided at that time, and there was no distinction between the human world, the fairy world, and the divine world. However, since the 6 realms were divided, the Immortal realm has become its own entity. The previous Chaos Genius War has become out of date. At the same time, the time of the event has also been changed, and it will be held once every 100,000 years. He briefly talked about the history of the Cosmic Genius War, saying that its predecessor was the Chaos Genius War. So that's it. You just took the risk to live broadcast because you wanted to participate in the Space Genius battle, and you wanted to take the opportunity to make a lot of money. Are you planning to give it a try? Han Qing immediately understood what Lu Wei meant. It can't be that simple. Lu Wei said helplessly, "The battle of geniuses in the universe that happens once every 100,000 years has attracted so many geniuses from the immortal world. No matter what race they are or what kind of monsters they are, they will all participate in this grand event. There is no room for us to win in an event where so many monsters are participating. I am afraid that if we go up to participate, we will all be cannon fodder. We will be killed in an instant and can only be used as a backdrop. But even so, we cannot join the 3 transcendent forces, but if we can obtain a considerable ranking, it will be of great benefit to us in attracting fans, and even attract the attention of other first-class forces. After all, even if we cannot join the 3 transcendent forces, if we can join those first-class forces, the benefits to us will actually be quite great." Obviously, he doesn't expect to pass the Cosmic Genius battle, but he wants to obtain a certain level of ranking in this super event as a basis for his promotion. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1503. A Battle of Cosmic Geniuses? Can immortals also participate? Han Qing couldn't help but ask. Of course you can also participate, Lu Wei said matter-of-factly. In fact, this event is also divided into levels. Each level in Fairyland is an event, just like the lightweight, heavyweight, and so on in a boxing match. After all, if there's a battle between immortals of different levels, it would be completely meaningless. Everyone knows that an immortal at a higher level is more powerful and is almost certain to win. Moreover, the 3 transcendent forces do not attach much importance to the realm of the immortals. They attach more importance to the qualifications, talents of the immortals. If the king among the immortals of the same level can stand out among countless immortals of the same level, this is the talent they really want. Once they join these 3 superpowers, it will be too easy to improve their realm. He said that immortals of any level can participate in this event. But I need to warn you, that is, the immortal can only participate in the Universe Genius battle 3 times in his life. If the 3 times are completed, he will no longer be able to participate. Lu Wei reminded, after all, this approach is to prevent those immortals from persisting in participating in the Cosmic Genius battle. If they fail to stand out even if they have 3 opportunities, then their future achievements will be like that.
Han Qing, participata.
You must participate in this Cosmic Genius battle. If you want to advance to a higher realm, you must join the 3 transcendent forces. The benefits to you are simply unimaginable. At this moment, the voice of the Book of Dan came over. Han Qing was immediately shocked. To be honest, the Book of Alchemy usually rarely talks. He basically sleeps or watches quietly and never expresses any opinions. But now he actually requires himself to participate in the Universe Genius battle. It's really unbelievable, but it also proves how important the Universe Genius battle is. To be honest, Han Qing, your cultivation level is mediocre. Even with the help of my alchemy book, your limit will be to grow to a quasi-sage. If there are no accidents, you will not have any hope of becoming a saint in your life. The Book of Dan said in a deep voice, but it will be different if you can join these 3 superpowers. The resources contained in them are simply unimaginable. The strong ones inside are like clouds, and the powerful ones are like rain. If you get these only with the teachings of top beings, can you have a glimmer of hope to glimpse the realm of a saint, or even a higher realm. Are these 3 superpowers really that powerful? Han Qing couldn't help but ask. The power of these 3 superpowers will exceed your imagination. They not only monopolize the fairy world, but also have their power in the human world, the divine world, and even hell, spreading across the 6 realms. Dan Jishu said, "To be honest, all the powerful people with names in the 6 realms are basically people from the 3 major forces. If you cannot join these 3 major forces, you will never be able to aspire to the top in your life. If you can join these 3 major forces, I'm afraid there will be saints coming across the border to teach you. You should know how important a good master is to this day in your practice." Indeed.
Han King nodded.
He naturally knew how important a good master was. It is said that listening to you is better than 10 years of reading. This is not a simple sentence, but a fact. A good master can make himself avoid countless detours. In fact, if he did not have the teachings of the Book of Alchemy, he would not be able to achieve enlightenment and ascend in any case. However, this is a cosmic genius battle throughout the entire fairy world. Geniuses from hundreds of millions of races will participate. There are endless monsters. It is not that simple to defeat these monsters. Han Qing naturally knows the benefits of being able to pass the cosmic genius battle, but he also has self-awareness. After all, he is just an immortal with 5 series of mixed spiritual roots. Compared with the geniuses of those powerful races, he doesn't know how far behind he is. Think about this, it is simply unimaginably difficult to stand out in a battle with so many strong men. Don't worry, you are only in the immortal realm now, that is, the lowest immortal. The real top monsters have already broken through this realm and advanced to the next realm. Dan Jishu smiled slightly. In other words, this is your great opportunity. You are equivalent to an adult among a group of children. With my help, you can simply defeat a group of children. Hearing this, Han Qing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he is the weakest human immortal. This is his shortcoming, but it is also his greatest advantage. After all, those top monsters in the immortal world and geniuses from powerful races, they are human immortals when they are born, and they will be promoted to earth immortals and heavenly immortals in a short time. Because their qualifications are so amazing, they cannot control the surge of cultivation in their bodies. It is like a strong man with a height of 2 meters, no matter how much weight he has. It can't be less than 100 pounds. So the human immortal realm has actually eliminated many truly peerless monsters. This is also a huge opportunity for Han Qing. He can definitely become the king among a group of weaklings. But you can't be too careless. After all, there are countless strong ones among human immortals. This is the weakest realm, and it is also the realm with the largest number of people. The Book of Dan reminded, you still need to go through a series of special training before you can stand out among the many immortals and fight your way through the battle of geniuses in the universe.
Han King nodded.
He looked at Lu Wei and asked, by the way, I wonder when the universe genius battle will start? There are about 300 years left, and time is already very tight. I must take advantage of this time to show my strength as soon as possible so that I can show my ranking. Lu Wei clenched his fists. 300 years. Han Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Although 300 years is a short time for an immortal, for him, 300 years is already an extremely long time. After all, he has only practiced for a few hundred years. Another 300 years will be equivalent to living another life. Moreover, 300 years will be enough time for him to improve his cultivation to the realm of human immortality. At the same time, his combat power will also be greatly improved. Okay, I won't say any more to you, I'm leaving.
Lu
Wei said in a deep voice. He immediately crushed the teleportation talisman on his body, and then teleported out of the Savage Beast secret realm in an instant. This is a talisman that every immortal who enters the Savage Beast secret realm has. The purpose is to protect them. If you don't want to stay any longer, you can teleport back directly. In the battle between cosmic geniuses, I am bound to win this time. Han Qing clenched his fists. Since he has been promoted to the immortal realm, his ambition is naturally not just a quasi-sage. He wants to see the scenery of a higher realm and know what it is like to be above a saint. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1504. Several more years passed. Han Qing has completely taken root in the fairy world. Although it has only been a few years, he feels as if he has lived in the fairy world for a long time and is completely familiar with the life in the fairy world. Live streaming is indeed rampant in the fairy world. Han Qing was very emotional. His biggest feeling after coming to the fairy world was that there were so many immortals broadcasting live broadcasts. No matter what happened, someone would live broadcast it on the internet. Some people would live broadcast just to have a meal, live broadcast when traveling, etc. Adventures are also broadcast live. In short, live broadcasts are everywhere, and this has become a super industry. But there is actually a reason why live broadcasts are so popular. After all, the fairy world is too big, and many immortals may end their lives. You can only stay in one place, and it is almost impossible to go to other places. The transportation cost alone is not something ordinary immortals can afford. Although transportation in the immortal world is many times more convenient than the human world, without money, it is impossible. It's hard to move even an inch. What hinders the immortals is not the mode of transportation, but their own wallets. Therefore, many ordinary immortals can only learn about the situation in other areas by watching live broadcasts. In fact, Han Qing also feels that he has learned a lot from the live broadcasts. Good things such as seeing some well-known secret worlds, knowing some cultivation methods, etc. If it were in the human world, where would there be cultivators who would impart their lifelong knowledge and live broadcast it to other viewers? It's a matter of treasure. In the fairy world, all this knowledge is shared, so it is extremely convenient to learn other cultivation knowledge. This has also led to the incomparable prosperity of the fairy world and the explosive growth of knowledge. There are cameras everywhere, so it's no wonder not many people commit crimes. Han Qing's second impression after coming to the fairy world is that the fairy world is almost a law-abiding world, and the crime rate is very low. Although it is not non-existent, it is already a very rare thing. It is not like when he stayed in the Yawang realm. I often encounter murders and treasure grabbing. Just going to the market to buy a treasure will be targeted by immortal cultivators. This is really outrageous. But it is completely different in the immortal world. Even if you reveal your wealth, not many people dare to take action. He thinks there is a reason for this. The biggest reason is that there are cameras everywhere in the fairy world. Once recorded, it is useless to escape to the fairy world. After all, the virtual network of the universe is all over the fairy world, and everyone is a reward. Golden Hunter, if a criminal escapes, he will be caught by countless netizens in an instant and reported immediately. Because of this, as time goes by, fewer and fewer immortals dare to commit crimes. Even Han Qingfei rose to after entering the fairy world. He has rarely done anything like killing people and grabbing treasures. After all, no one comes to snatch the treasures from him. If this continues, he will feel that his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. But life in the fairy world is still very good. Although a peaceful life is very unfriendly to a warrior, Han Qing still enjoys a peaceful life like the fairy world. He is not essentially a person who likes to fight and kill. If he is not forced to do so, he does not want to kill anyone. But the other party wanted to kill him, so he could only fight back. His third impression after coming to the fairy world was that shopping in the fairy world was really convenient. In the past, when Han Qing wanted to refine elixirs, he had to go to various places, collect the corresponding medicinal materials from various places. Sometimes it takes a long time to find many medicinal materials or even find them. Even if they are found, the other party will raise the price, which is not only a waste of time but also increases the cost. But after coming to the fairy world, it's completely different. Online shopping is rampant in the fairy world. Almost all immortals shop on the universe, virtual network, to buy the items they like. And after purchasing these things, couriers will deliver the items, no matter where they are in the fairy world. The courier can deliver the items. What makes Han Qing even more delighted is that, except for some special items, basically everything he wants can be purchased on the website of the universe, virtual network. It can be said that even if you can buy all the ingredients for elixirs without leaving home. Compared with the time in the human world, this kind of life is simply like heaven. The cosmic virtual network is indeed a great invention. It is so convenient. I don't even know how long it has been since I left home. I am afraid I have become a homebody. Han Qing said helplessly. In the past, he liked to go on adventures, explore secret worlds, explore ruins, and go to the market. But now he can just go to the online mall at home. Because everything is sold in the online mall. There is nothing you can't think of, nothing you can't buy. Of course, the only disadvantage is that it requires money, a lot of money. Without money, it is difficult to move in the fairy world. To be honest, many poor ghosts and immortals can only stay at home and hang out in the fairy world. Waiting to die, staying at home every day eating, drinking, and having fun or playing games, it is extremely decadent. These poor ghosts and immortals are already useless.
Money?
After such a long time, I finally created a new recipe. Han Qing's eyes flashed with a glint. He had not spent the past few years in vain. Although most of the time was spent practicing, in fact he also spent a lot of time researching new elixirs. After all, he didn't want to go out. Working part-time and not wanting to show off one's face through live broadcasts, the only way to earn a lot of money is to research new elixir recipes. The problem is that it is not easy to develop new elixir recipes. After all, the fairy world has experienced countless epochs of development and birth. He has countless alchemy masters. These talented alchemy masters don't know how many alchemy recipes they have invented. Basically, the alchemy recipes he has seen in the human world are recorded in the fairy world, so he wants to invent new alchemy recipes. And it also needs to have commercial value, which is not that simple. Even with the assistance of the Book of Dan, Han Qing spent several years to successfully create the new elixir for enlightenment. Han Qing clenched his fists. The enlightenment pill is a new elixir he created using the Book of Pills. As long as he takes the enlightenment pill, the immortals can understand the laws of heaven and earth, and even understand the Great Road. There is no doubt that this is an elixir with extremely high commercial value will be crazily sought after by countless immortals. After all, if immortals want to advance to a higher realm, they need to understand the laws of heaven and earth and the great avenues of heaven and earth. If there is an elixir that can allow them to easily understand the laws of heaven and earth, if so, I don't know how many immortals will be driven crazy and how many people will be shocked. Okay, let's upload this recipe first, and then register the patent for the recipe. Thinking of this, Han Qing immediately registered his account at the Danfeng Patent Office, uploaded the Danfeng recipe at the same time, and spent a sum of money to register the patent for this Danfeng recipe. Ding! Elixir pharmacist Han Qing has successfully registered. This elixir of enlightenment is of extremely high value, with an S-level patent and a 100 million era patent. At this time, the system's voice came over. Very good.
Han Qing smiled slightly.
After seeing that his prescription was registered as a patent, he was completely relieved. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 15:05. At this moment in the fairy world, because elixirs are an extremely important medicine for immortals. They can be used to assist cultivation and can also be used to treat illnesses and save people. They have extremely wide uses and extremely high commercial value. Just like the earth in Furukawa's previous life, medicine and real estate were the pillar industries of society, and oligarchs were rampant. Therefore, countless elixir companies have been established in the immortal world. They have mastered the patent rights of various elixirs and are responsible for producing a large number of different types of elixirs. They almost monopolize the elixir market and earn a large amount of money every year. Benefit. However, it is precisely because this industry is hugely profitable that there are countless immortals who want to get involved in this industry. For these elixir companies, the most important thing is to obtain a new elixir. After all, the birth of a new elixir means the emergence of a new way of making money. Therefore, every time a new elixir recipe appears, it immediately triggers a frantic rush by numerous elixir companies. However, it is not such a simple thing to invent a new recipe. Every time a new elixir recipe appears, no one knows how much money it will cost and how much elixirs and medicinal materials will be wasted before it can be truly tested. Basically, the annual research expenses of every pill company are extremely staggering and can be compared to military expenses. And even if you spend so much money, you may not gain anything. At this moment, a sound rang out from the system of the Danfeng Patent Office. Ding dong! The patent for the S-level Danfeng Enlightenment Pill has been established, and the patent right is 100 million years old.
What?
Hearing this voice, countless forces paying attention to the patent rights of Danfeng went completely crazy. What? It's actually an S-level pill recipe. How long has it been since it appeared? Could it be that a new alchemy master was born? An immortal was shocked. Is not that right? With the development of alchemy to this day, countless alchemy recipes have been invented. It has become increasingly difficult to invent new alchemy recipes, let alone S-level alchemy recipes. What kind of prescription? What kind of prescription can make the patent office system consider it to be S-level? This evaluation is not simple. It seems that this pill is called Enlightenment Pill. Damn, are you kidding? Taking this Enlightenment Pill can actually increase the probability of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth and the laws of the Great Road. What kind of monster pill is this? The master of elixir, who invented this elixir, has completely developed it. If this enlightenment elixir is refined, it will definitely set off a trend in the entire immortal world and make countless immortals go crazy. Golden hen. This is a golden hen, the one that can continuously lay golden eggs. Contact the inventor Han Qing immediately. We must buy out the patent rights for this recipe. But the other party should also know the benefits of this kind of elixir and will not buy it out easily. Even if we don't agree to a buyout, we still have to cooperate with the other party and get a share of the pie. The heads of many elixir companies are completely crazy. When they see this elixir recipe, they seem to see it should be a group of golden hens constantly laying golden eggs. This is simply a gold mine that continuously produces gold. Suddenly, the group of people in charge frantically called the contact number left by Han Qing. It didn't take long for Han Qing to quickly feel what it means to be bombarded by phone calls. Tens of thousands of calls would come in every second, hoping to cooperate with Han Qing. At this time, he has become the center of the storm and is being sought by countless forces, hoping to cooperate with Han Qing. It's over. The joke is getting bigger now. I'm afraid all the large forces in the fairy world are here. Han Qing also didn't expect that he just uploaded a new pill recipe, which instantly detonated the entire fairy world. He felt that if his true identity was discovered by those big forces, they might eat him alive. Although the fairy world the law is strict, but that kind of force cannot use any means. It is very possible for him to be wiped out silently. We can't blame him for having persecution hallucinations. In fact, it cannot be said that this kind of thing is impossible to happen as long as there is a trace maybe. He needs to be isolated. Don't worry, they only know that your name is Han Qing, and they don't know where you are. You only need to contact them on the Universe Virtual Network, and they can't find your true identity on the Universe Virtual Network. The Book of Dan said, "Is it true or false? Can't those big forces find my true identity through the virtual network of the universe?" Han Qing couldn't help but ask. This is a matter of course. The identity of anyone who enters the virtual network of the universe is strictly confidential. Even a saint cannot find your true identity through the virtual network. Dan Zhishu laughed. Only senior personnel of the universe virtual network company have this authority. The problem is that people at this level cannot be contacted by people in the fairy world. And it's just an S-level pill recipe. Even the senior staff of the universe virtual network company won't take it seriously. That's good. Hearing this, Han Qing immediately felt relieved. It seems that the level of the universe virtual network is more powerful than he imagined. Even those powerful immortals cannot interfere inside the universe virtual network, nor can they enter the network in the background. But even so, when you are in contact with those guys, don't reveal any information about yourself. Although they cannot find your information from the internet, they can infer your current location and even your true identity from your behavior and speech information. The Book of Dan reminded. I see.
Han Qing nodded.
He is not a rookie anymore. Naturally, he knows that his behavior may reveal his identity, but entering the universe virtual network can change his image. As long as he covers up a little, he will not be noticed by the other party. One's true identity. Of course, if you can pass the cosmic genius battle and become a member of the 3 transcendent forces and have a huge backer, then these forces will not dare to provoke you at all, even if this elixir recipe is leaked. The Book of Dan. Through a battle of cosmic geniuses? It seems that a backstage is still needed. With a backstage, one can walk sideways in the fairy world. Han Qing also knows that the words of the Book of Alchemy are well-intentioned. Obviously, if he can pass the cosmic genius battle, his status will be as high as 1 step, and he will be cultivated by the transcendent forces immediately. Even if it is revealed that he has an S-level elixir recipe, patent rights, and you won't worry about being targeted by others. However, with the patent right of this elixir, you are equivalent to having a steady stream of gold mines. You can continue to collect money even while sitting at home. In short, you should not be short of money from now on. Next, it depends on which elixir company you want to cooperate with. The Book of Dan smiled slightly. Good.
Han Qing nodded.
All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1506. More than 200 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the war in the human world has become more and more intense. The battles between the books of magical powers and the battles with many races in the human world are going on in full swing, with the world shattering and the earth shattering, affecting the entire human world. Part of the corner. At this moment, a certain race and the Book of Demons are engaged in a decisive battle to compete for a certain world. The two sides have reached the moment of decisive battle, and they are almost fighting to the death. Quick, 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 send all the spiritual stones to the Devil's Book. Don't leave any behind. But isn't this helping the enemy? Why do this? Only by doing this can we win this war. This Devil's Book is a treasure from the upper world and cannot be resisted by us creatures in the human world. When that bastard comes down to earth, he is clearly an adult beating a child. If we continue like this, we will die. Undoubtedly, the only solution for now is to let that bastard increase its strength, break through the restrictions of the laws of the human world, and force it to ascend to the fairy world. That's right. In fact, some invincible beings will appear in the human world every once in a while. Such monsters can have no enemies in the world for a while, but they will eventually ascend to the fairy world. At that time, the human world will still be our world. A power that is too powerful cannot stay in the human world for a long time, and the same is true for the Devil's Book. Although we can't defeat that guy, we can still send it away. Indeed, Once the Book of Demons leaves the human world, the demon army will be like a rootless float. It is not our opponent at all, and will be wiped out by us sooner or later. After all, the human world is our mortal world. It is impossible for these gods to stay in the human world for a long time. But if this devil's book is sent up to the fairy world, what if the devil's book wreaks havoc in the fairy world? It's none of our business. That's the business of the immortals in the immortal world and has little to do with us. Moreover, there are so many immortals in the immortal world. Although the devil's book is powerful, it may not be able to withstand the attacks of countless immortals. That's right. In short, the devil's book must not stay in the human world. Many practitioners in the human world are talking about it. They have already made plans to further enhance the strength of the devil's book, thus affecting the laws of the human world and forcing the devil's book to ascend.
Wow.
In an instant, huge amounts of original energy poured into the Book of Devil's body like a tide, which also caused its power to rise steadily, making it impossible to control it. Bastards, you damn mortals, you despicable people, you actually want to force me to ascend to the fairy world. The Book of Demons was originally wondering why this group of puny mortals joined forces to attack, but did not use fatal moves, but gave themselves benefits. This was obviously with bad intentions and wanted to force themselves to ascend to the fairy world. To be honest, it doesn't want to ascend to the immortal world now. After all, according to its current power, it is already invincible in the human world. Even if the existence of the eternal world descends to the earth, it can't do anything to it. It can completely be an earth emperor in the human world and live a leisurely life. How could it want to ascend to the immortal world and seek death in its life? But now it can't help it, because under the power of these monks in the human world, it feels that the power in its body is almost uncontrollable. In a short period of time, it discovered that the power in my body has exceeded the limit of the human world.
Boom tilde tilde tilde.
Suddenly, the ubiquitous laws of the human world felt this power and immediately produced a huge force of time and space, wrapping the Book of Devil in an instant. Bastards, damn it, you shameless mortals are so shameless. The Book of Demons was immediately furious. Although its power has exceeded the limit of the human world, how can it withstand the powerful original law of the human world? In fact, let alone the fact that it is currently in a sealed state, even if it is the Book of Devil in its heyday could not withstand the vast and huge original laws of the human world.
Whoosh.
The next second, a huge beam of light instantly led the Book of Devil directly into the fairy world, and the figure of the Book of Devil and quickly disappeared into the human world. Have they gone? Has the Book of Demons disappeared? Ha, gone, really gone. That bastard has ascended to the fairy world. Great! After planning for so long, our plan was successful, and the scourge finally left the human world. The damn demon clan has been causing harm to our world for so long. It's time to launch a general attack. Without the power of the Book of Demons, the demon clan has nothing to fear. We must restore peace to the human world. Many practitioners in the human world are talking about it. They are extremely excited at this moment. The reason why they were retreating steadily before was purely because of the unreasonable power of the Book of Devil. But now the culprit is the invincible world. Their existence has disappeared, then no one can stop their power, not even the demon clan. But even so, even if the Book of Demons leaves, the power of the demon clan cannot be underestimated. They have occupied many worlds, has become too big to lose its tail, and has become the pinnacle race in the human world. It can be said that the next step is still an arduous battle that will last for hundreds of thousands of years. Whoosh! In an instant, the figure of the Book of Devil suddenly appeared in the fairy world. Damn it! I really ascended to the fairy world. The fairy world is different from the human world. I don't know how many old monsters are hidden here. Another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Since the books of magical powers collectively ascended to the fairy world, many immortals in the fairy world have been extremely nervous, fearing that these books of magical powers would cause huge trouble in the fairy world. But 100 years later, these books of magical powers still haven't made any big noise, and they even disappeared to find traces, as if they had not ascended to the fairy world at all. This unusual behavior made the immortals not only not relieved, but also more vigilant. They secretly searched for traces of the magical books, but still found nothing. Obviously, this is the calm before the storm. No one knows what kind of turbulence will happen in the future. But even so, everything in the fairy world is moving forward, and the battle of geniuses in the universe that happens once in 100,000 years has begun. This is a super event that affects the entire fairy world. Almost all immortals will participate in this battle.
Boom.
In an instant, a huge chaotic sound sounded, affecting the entire fairy world. The battle of cosmic geniuses begins now. Suddenly, countless immortals in the entire fairy world heard such chaotic sounds, and they were very excited. Haha, it started. It's finally started. The event that happens once in 100,000 years is finally what I've been waiting for. This time I must get a good ranking and stand out from this battle of geniuses in the universe. Stop dreaming. This is a super event that brings together countless geniuses from the entire fairy world. I don't know how many monsters will participate. It's harder than reaching the sky to stand out. Haha, maybe I am one genius among billions. I think I still have some hope. Anyway, you might as well give it a try, then you will know how ordinary you are. Yes, you only have 3 chances, so it's a good thing to try. But I can't do it. The 3 opportunities have disappeared. I can no longer participate. I can only be a spectator. Even if you are a spectator, you still don't know who will be the champion in this battle of geniuses in the universe this time. Yes, it is really exciting. The existence that stands at the top of the fairy world is extremely exciting to imagine. Many immortals are talking about it. For them, it is an extremely grand event, just like the Olympic Games in Furukawa's previous life, or a football match. It is an extremely lively event. Countless immortals will watch the live broadcast, or just go to the bar to watch the game, drink, and discuss who can win this time. At this moment, in the fairyland Pegasus Fairyland, on a certain planet, Han Qing stayed on this planet. After 300 years of practice, he tried his best to suppress his cultivation so that he did not break through to the earthly immortal realm and remained in the human immortal realm. However, after 300 years of hard training, coupled with the fact that he obtained the patent for the Enlightenment Pill and earned a lot of money from it, he did not lack the resources to practice. This also made his combat effectiveness increase by leaps and bounds.
Same thing.
The battle of cosmic geniuses is finally about to begin. Hearing such a chaotic voice, Han Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he has been suppressing it for 300 years without a breakthrough. This is already his limit. If he continues to delay like this, he will be promoted to the underground level. In this way, his chance of successfully passing the cosmic genius battle will be greatly reduced, which is not a good thing for his future. But now, once he passes the cosmic genius battle, he will not need to continue to suppress it like this. But I don't know how this space genius battle should be conducted? Han Qing asked. Oh, don't you know it yet? Directly enter the Universe Virtual Network to compete. The Universe Virtual Network can 100% simulate all your strength. Dan Jishu explained, and if you fight on the Universe Virtual Network, you can kill him. After all, no matter how you fight on the virtual network, the opponent will not die, so the excitement of the event is much more exciting than ordinary events. How many times? I wonder how many people can pass this cosmic genius battle? Han Qing couldn't help but ask. Although he knew that the chance of passing the cosmic genius battle was very low, he had no idea how low it was. How low? Hearing this, the Book of Alchemy suddenly laughed. You should know that the area of the immortal realm is endless, but no matter what, it is still divided into 129,600 immortal realms, and the area of each immortal realm is boundless, containing countless galaxies and countless pieces of land. It is vast and boundless. And each fairyland is actually a huge competition area. Each huge competition area will select the strongest 100 immortals, and then represent this fairyland to participate in the final decisive battle. But this has not passed the final selection. The final selection is that the immortals in the 129,600 immortal realms also decide the winners and losers among themselves. Finally, 1,000 people are selected. In the end, these 1,000 people can enter the three major A candidate for transcendent power.
What?
As soon as these words came out, Han Qing was simply confused. Although he knew that the probability of passing the cosmic genius was very low, he did not expect that the probability was so low. To know what a fairyland has, how many planets, how many land masses, and how many immortals can probably be calculated in trillions. Although not all of them may participate in this competition, as long as 1/10,000th of the immortals participate, it is an unimaginable number. Such a huge number of immortals. The number is just to select 100 people. To be honest, the top 100 people in a fairyland alone are already unimaginable monsters and strong men, but this still cannot join the three transcendent forces. 129,006. The top 100 monsters in the 100 immortal realms have to fight each other to determine the strongest 1,000, and finally, they can truly join these three superpowers. This is not just a matter of choosing one among billions, it is basically a desert. Choose sand in it and choose water droplets in the sea. Just hearing such a selection probability made Han Qing feel extremely desperate. Who can stand out in such a cruel selection? Isn't it a joke? It's cold. How can I fight this? Can I beat other immortals? Han Qing was speechless. Although he was very confident in himself and had plugins like the Book of Dan, there were countless monster races in the fairy world, and there were even many monsters with the blood of the Chaos Demon God. Compared with this kind of monsters, isn't it a joke that an ordinary monk who ascended from the human world wants to defeat such existence? It is simply impossible. It's no wonder that countless immortals participate in this kind of competition, not to pass the selection, but to obtain a certain level of ranking, or to focus on participation. This is simply the most difficult event, a battle of the most talented people in the fairy world. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1510. But how to fight this battle of cosmic geniuses? Han Qing couldn't help but ask. In order to concentrate on his cultivation, he didn't know much about the schedule of the universe genius battle, and he didn't know how it would proceed. It's very simple. The first is the qualifiers within the fairyland. Dan Jishu said, the preliminaries are to put all the contestants into a virtual battle world. Because there are so many contestants, millions of competition areas have been divided. Then let these contestants fight each other in these competition areas. If you kill a contestant, you can get half of the opponent's points. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. Only the top 3 can pass the qualifiers. Top 3. Han Qing's mouth twitched. No one knows how many competitors there are in a competition area. It is simply harder to get into the top 3 among so many strong players. And with such a competition system, it forces the contestants to keep fighting. Only by killing more opponents can they hope to enter the top 3, otherwise they will be eliminated. Those contestants who want to hide can only be eliminated obediently. To be honest, he is really Master Godao will not take action until the critical moment. Once he takes action, it will be a deadly move. This competition system is very unfriendly to him. After passing the qualifiers, it's time for the real knockout rounds. The Book of Dan continued. The top 3 masters in each division will randomly fight different opponents. If they defeat an opponent, they will get a point. They will basically rotate again. In the end, whoever wins the most times will be able to represent this. Fairyland participates in the finals, and basically entering the top 100 will qualify for the finals. 100. Han Qing was speechless. Now he really knew what the top 100 in the Immortal realm was. To be honest, the Immortal realm he was in alone was already comparable to the area of the human world. That is, it is said that he must be among the top 100 in a place like the human world to qualify for the finals. The problem is that in the immortal realm where there are so many strong people, it is so difficult to be among the top 100. It is simply impossible. If it weren't for a monster among monsters, it would be impossible to do it. A slight oversight would lead to failure. He now knows how cruel the battle between geniuses in the universe is. This is a true test of his ability in the fairy world. In a competition of status, you will know how much you weigh. By the way, I wonder if those seniors who ascended from the Medicine King realm have ever participated in the Cosmic Genius Battle? Han Qing's heart moved, and she couldn't help but think of this. To be honest, the Medicine King realm didn't even know how many epochs had passed before it was born. There were more than one immortals who ascended to the immortal realm, and he was only an immortal who ascended recently. Of course I did. Dan Jishu said, the powerful immortals in the Medicine King realm, the sword Saint Lu Baiyuan, the sword demon Wu Chunyu, the literary Saint Zhang Zhongli, the demon Queen Fan Rumei, the gun Mad King Yongkong, etc. have all participated in the universe genius battle. Out of curiosity, it once investigated the immortals who ascended to the Medicine King realm in the past, and naturally knew the news about these people. After all, it was too boring. It had lived for countless epochs, and had no pursuit of money and power. The only thing it wanted to know was the thing is gossip, with a burning heart of gossip. Oh, I wonder what the result will be. Hearing these words, Han Qing suddenly became awe-inspiring. To be honest, these figures are all well known in the Medicine King realm. They are all invincible big names in the Medicine King realm. He has never heard of them many times in the Medicine King realm. Even though these big guys have been rising for hundreds of thousands of years, their reputations have still remained. Even the sect they founded has become the holy land of the Medicine King realm and a behemoth, and it still remains to this day. It has profoundly affected the entire Medicine King realm. In order to compete for resources, he has contended with these forces countless times and fought countless times. A disastrous defeat, a disastrous defeat. Dan Jishu said calmly. They didn't even pass the preliminaries. They failed 3 times after participating 3 times. In the end, they found an ordinary force to join and lost everyone. Even the best result was only a ranking of 1,096,758,953 in one of the qualifying divisions. What? Han Qing was stunned and was shocked in his heart. Although he also had a premonition that it would be difficult for the ancestors of the Medicine King realm to pass the selection of the Universe Genius competition. But he never expected that these legendary ancestors would actually turn out after entering the immortal realm. It's so ordinary that it can't even pass the qualifiers, and its ranking is extremely low. Let alone the top 3, even the top 100 million is difficult to achieve. But this is also a normal thing. After all, what is the human world like? They are as big as the world of Medicine King realm, and are everywhere. Although these are the peerless geniuses of the Medicine King realm, there is no world in the human world without peerless geniuses. This is true only in the human world, so in such a world where the strong and powerful are like clouds, in Ryu's immortal realm, there are even more geniuses born, countless types. Therefore, after these legends from the Medicine King realm ascended to the immortal realm, they soon discovered that they were not actually peerless geniuses, but just ordinary people. For in the fairy world where monsters are rampant, this talent is nothing. To be honest, many immortals who ascended from the human world have also participated in the Cosmic Genius Battle. They were also full of confidence, but after participating, they were immediately severely affected. The blow made me realize the reality completely. I am just an ordinary person. Just like the students of Tsinghua and Peking University in Furukawa's previous life, students who can enter Tsinghua and Peking University are naturally the proud ones of various provinces and absolute academic masters. But in Tsinghua and Peking University in these schools, there are actually 3, 6, or 9 grades between the top students and the top students. They have superior memory, strong reasoning ability, and strong logical thinking. Everyone is like this. It's not a big deal. Because of this, Many rankings the Tsinghua and Peking University students at the back think that they are just students with mediocre qualifications. In fact, the same is true. Looking at the entire fairy world, these immortals who have ascended from the human world are indeed good and have some qualifications, but they want to be in the entire fairy world. To be ranked among the best is impossible. It seems that this battle between cosmic geniuses is more terrifying than imagined. Han Qing said with emotion. Of course, after your seniors in the Medicine King realm ascended to the Immortal realm, they all wanted to do something big at first, to become legends in the Immortal realm again and monopolize an era. But after participating in a battle of cosmic geniuses, he was completely shocked and almost collapsed. Dan Jishu said, "It is said that the sword Saint Liu Baiyuan claimed to be the Saint of Swords, but he was stabbed to death by a 7- or 8-year-old girl in a preliminary competition, and he did not even react." What made him even more devastated was that the little girl who stabbed him to death with a sword could not pass the preliminaries. As a result, the sword master Liu Baiyuan was heartbroken and despaired. Now he has become a homebody, hiding at home and playing online games every day. Relying on odd jobs every day to survive has been completely ruined. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1511. Hearing this, Han Qing was speechless. Liu Baiyuan, the famous sword master in the Medicine King realm, is a swordsman saint in the human world. He is praised by countless practitioners in the Medicine King realm as the strongest swordsman in history. The opponent created there are simply countless peerless swordsmanships that have come out. Originally, sword cultivation was not popular in the Medicine King realm, but after the appearance of the sword master Liu Baiyuan, it immediately caused the trend of countless monks to learn swordsmanship, and countless monks began to fly with swords. It can be said that Liu Baiyuan, he can be regarded as the ancestor of swordsmanship in the Medicine King realm. But now, after ascending to the Immortal realm, he suffered a series of blows, which caused the sword master Liu Baiyuan's Taoist heart to collapse and found that he was not a genius at all, just an ordinary person. Now, even the sword is useless, there is no way he can afford it, so he can only hide at home, play games online every day, and earn money by doing odd jobs every day to maintain a poor life. Fortunately, he is an immortal and does not need to rely on food every day to maintain his living needs. Otherwise, it would be even more miserable, and he might even starve to death. To be honest, those sword cultivators in the Medicine King realm would probably be shocked if they saw their idols become like this. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Han Qing heard that sword master Liu Baiyuan was born with a sword body. He learned the Tao at the age of 3, built the foundation at the age of 5, developed the golden elixir at the age of 10, and the nascent soul at the age of 18. By the time he was 100 years old, he was already in the realm of transcending tribulations and was invincible. It can be said that the other party was the best in his life. Basically, he has never experienced any setbacks. He has always been smooth since he was invincible since he was a child. He is an invincible existence in the human world. But after coming to the fairy world, there are peerless geniuses like Liu Baiyuan everywhere who are even more talented than him. Sometimes, faced with such a psychological gap, Liu Baiyuan, who had never failed before, completely collapsed. But for Han Qing, failure was nothing at all, because he was a loser from birth, a loser with 5 spiritual roots. Failure is a common thing for him as a soldier. Therefore, even if he fails countless times, it is nothing to him. On the contrary, he becomes more and more courageous with every setback. Although this kind of person makes slow progress at the beginning, he will continue to make progress and never stop. Will stop in his own pace, and in the end surpass those so-called peerless geniuses. Okay, ignore those losers. You are not comparable to those people. Now you must prepare seriously to start the battle of cosmic geniuses in 3 days and defeat all competitors. With my help, your victory is beyond doubt. The Book of Dan. Yes. Han Qing nodded, with a glimmer of light in his eyes. To be honest, he is not what he used to be. After hundreds of years of training in the Book of Alchemy, his combat effectiveness has long been different. Although he is essentially an alchemist, alchemists also have their own fighting methods, which are no less effective than those of other professions. This is the so-called always go together. At this moment, there is another place in the fairy world. Li Xiaoxian, the lucky man of Mercury, was reincarnated through the underworld, carrying the existence of the Book of Destiny. After hundreds of years of practice, he also ascended to the fairy world. After hundreds of years of practice, he is no longer the social beast he was at the beginning. He has become a true practitioner, and his body is filled with the terrifying aura of gods. Although his body seems to be very weak, it contains the power of the idol. Every cell will awaken a hell elephant, suppress the ancients, and punch out to destroy the void. With this unparalleled fighting power, he became the martial arts emperor in the human world, invincible. In the human world, he established a super empire, wiped out 8 wastelands, leveled 9 lands, and swept across the world. He created a bright and prosperous world for the human race, and killed many wild beasts to retreat into the wilderness and not be able to escape within 100,000 years. He unified the 7 empires, completed the unification of the human race, unified writing, weights, and measures, established a perfect system, established the imperial examination, established the system of counties, and made great achievements for future generations. He was the only emperor through the ages. Finally, he ascended to the fairy world in full view of everyone. Book of Destiny, do you think that after passing the battle of cosmic geniuses, I can find the power to resurrect my wife? Li Xiaoxian clenched his fists, and his eyes flashed. He has experienced a lot in the past hundreds of years, and the most painful experience was that of his wife. In another accident, she was attacked and killed by many wild beasts, and she almost died. There was only a trace of remnant soul left. In order to save his wife, he used the ice coffin to seal his wife's body and barely maintained a trace of life in his wife's body. But this was already the limit. If he still found if there is no way, his wife will really die. In order to find a way to resurrect his wife, he resolutely ascends to the fairy world, looking for great power in the fairy world to resurrect his wife. This is his only long-cherished wish. That's right, there must be top powers among the 3 superpowers in the fairy world: the World Bank, the Universe Virtual Corporation, and the Giant Axe Arena. If you can get them to take action, your wife will definitely be saved. The Book of Destiny smiled slightly. Okay, then I will join these 3 major forces through the cosmic genius battle, and no one can stop me. Li Xiaoxian is murderous. In order to resurrect his wife, he will pay any price. But I have to tell you in advance that this is only one of the possibilities. It is also possible that even if you find these powerful people to take action, you may not be able to save your wife, or you beg in every possible way, but the other party is not willing to take action. If that is the case, then what should you do? The Book of Destiny said quietly, "If the Immortal can't save my wife, then I will become a saint. If I can't even be a saint, then I will surpass the saint." Li Xiaoxian clenched his fists. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, nothing can stop me from resurrecting my wife. If anyone dares to stop me, I will kill them without mercy. Haha, not bad, not bad. That's good, that's good. With my help, you will definitely be extremely successful, and no one can stop the power of fate. The Book of Destiny laughed. It was very happy. Although it is the Book of Destiny and believes in the power of destiny, to a certain extent, it does not believe in destiny and even wants to change it. This is a contradiction. Problem, but it also knows how difficult it is to change destiny. Changing even a little bit of the trajectory of destiny is extremely difficult, and it is almost impossible for ordinary people to do it. Only a person with a destiny like Li Xiaoxian can change destiny, because Li Xiaoxian it is an anomaly, a born anomaly that cannot be hindered by the power of destiny. In fact, It is because of Li Qiuxian's unique destiny that it chose Li Qiuxian as the host of the Book of Destiny. Others want to become the host of the Book of Destiny. He is not qualified and cannot withstand the power of the Book of Destiny. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1512. Fairyland. Barbarian Cow Fairyland. At this time, Qianrulong, who obtained the Dragon Book, also ascended to the fairy world. His whole body was filled with the aura of a powerful true dragon, just like an ancient true dragon, and his movements erupted with extremely powerful power, which was simply thrilling. It can be said that now he is no longer the country boy back then. He has become a great emperor in the world. When he was in the human world, with the power of the Book of Dragons, Qianrulong rose rapidly and possessed the body of a true dragon. His cultivation was rapid, with almost no bottlenecks. Because of this, he took advantage of the situation and took control of a large sect, then conquered cities and territories and ruled countless countries, completely unifying his side of the world and forming an unprecedented unification. This country is also called the Kingdom of Dragons. At the same time, he also used the power of the Book of Dragons to make his descendants and citizens possess the blood of dragons, which greatly increased the power of the entire world. In the end, Qianrulong's power could no longer be suppressed, so he had no choice but to ascend. Now the Dragon Kingdom still firmly rules the entire world and seems to have become an eternal empire. In the Book of Dragons, in the fairy world, strong people are like clouds, races are like rain, and there are countless powerful life forms. Although dragons are also considered powerful creatures, they are still not standing at the top. Our true dragon clan can really reach the top. Qianrulong said in a deep voice. After ascending to the immortal world, he also carefully understood many information and history of the immortal world. He also knew that the vastness of the immortal world was simply not comparable to the human world. In the boundless immortal world, no matter how powerful it is, it can be found in all races, and many races even have the blood of the Chaos Demon God, which is extremely terrifying. Although the true dragon is indeed a powerful life, it is still a certain degree of fierceness compared to the legendary Chaos Demon God, which also makes him he became less confident. After all, he was the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom in the human world, but in the fairy world, it was nothing at all. He also became an unknown person in the fairy world, as if he had just started practicing. Don't worry, our Book of Dragons is not an ordinary dragon civilization. Book of Dragons said proudly. Those giant dragons that are rampant in the fairy world are just ordinary dragons, but the dragons in my Book of Dragons have evolved a full 129,600 times with their blood. They are all qualitative evolutions, and your qualifications are not comparable to those of ordinary dragons. The true dragon bloodline in your body is already comparable to that of the Chaos Demon God, which means that even in the fairy world where monsters are rampant, you can still be among the best. It means that the Book of Dragons is not such a simple book of magical powers. It contains the civilization of dragons. It is a super civilization that stands at the pinnacle of the universe and incorporates the blood crystals of countless true dragons. Although the dragon clan was not very powerful at the beginning, it is not as powerful as the Chaos Demon God. However, with the evolution again and again, the true dragon is not what it used to be and even surpasses the ordinary Chaos Demon God bloodline. In terms of qualifications alone, the true dragon bloodline will not be inferior to anyone. Any race. That's it. I feel relieved. Hearing these words, Qianrulong couldn't help but feel relieved. But that's it. Just because you have top qualifications doesn't mean you will definitely be able to stand at the top. Having qualifications is just a starting point. The most important thing is your personal efforts. Book of Dragons reminded. Is that why you want me to participate in this cosmic genius battle and gain training from the three transcendent forces? Chun Rulong nodded. That's right, if you join the three superpowers, the benefits you get from them are simply unimaginable by the outside world, and you can also get a super backstage, which can basically go sideways, so why not do it? Dragon calligraphy. That's right. I am an immortal who ascended from the human world. When I came to the immortal world, I was not familiar with the place. I could easily be bullied. If I could find a force to protect me, it would be a great thing. Chun Rulong also admitted this. But in the Book of Dragons, there are so many powerful people among the three transcendent forces. Aren't you worried that you will be discovered by those powerful people? Worry. Hearing this, the Book of Dragons immediately laughed. It was sneering. I'm just an immortal in the immortal world. How could I possibly discover the great me? As long as I hide in your soul, not even a saint can find me, let alone a mere quasi-sage. That's good. Chun Rulong immediately felt relieved. He knew that 70% to 80% of his current achievements were due to Long Jishu. Now he and Long Jishu were on the same boat, and no one could leave the other. If Long Jishu left, although he can live a good life, he can no longer stand at the top. But this time the battle between cosmic geniuses may be unusual. Perhaps you have heard similar news. Many magical books have collectively ascended to the fairy world. In other words, if you engage in a battle of cosmic geniuses, you may encounter other holders of books of magical powers. Book of Dragons reminded. Any other holders of the Book of Magical Powers? Chun Rulong's eyes flashed. He has been with the Book of Dragons for so many years, and he naturally knows that there is not just one book of magical powers in the world, but a total of 129,600 books. But the human world is really too complicated. It's so big that even if there are 129,600 books of supernatural powers scattered all over the place, they will basically never meet each other. It's like a few drops of water pouring on the sea. I'm afraid these few drops of water will hardly be able to stay together in a lifetime. Meeting in the vast sea, after all, the human world is too big. But it is different now. As holders of the Book of Supernatural Powers, all of them are the proud sons of heaven and peerless evildoers. They are arrogant, so I am afraid they will also participate. This time the battle of cosmic geniuses. If this is the case, other holders of the Book of Magical Powers who cannot be encountered in the human world will meet each other in the fairy world, and even conflict. But he knows what the Book of Magical Powers is like. What a terrifying treasure. Just the Book of Dragons on your body can make you become the Dragon Emperor on Earth, completely unify the world, and be invincible. It is conceivable that the power of other books of magical power may not be too generous, and may even possess all kinds of unusual powers. If you meet them, don't hold back. Tell other books of magical powers that my Dragon Book is the most powerful book of magical powers and is invincible. Dragon Book shouted. This is a matter of course. Chun Rulong clenched his fist. After hundreds of years of experience as a human emperor, he had developed an invincible aura. He was no longer the country boy he was before, but the Dragon Emperor who ruled the 8 wastelands. Even if he faced any opponent, he could face it calmly and defeat it. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1513. Fairyland Green Snake Fairyland. Luo Wen, an innate sword body from a certain planet in the human world, also successfully ascended to the fairy world, and he obtained the Book of Swords. At this moment, his body was filled with infinite sword intent all the time, which seemed to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. He was buzzing like a supreme swordsman. It seems that he can communicate with the way of heaven at any time and anywhere and integrate into the nature of heaven and earth. This is the realm of Heavenly Sword. With a sword blast, it is like heaven and earth are against the enemy. In such a short period of time, you have comprehended the realm of Heavenly Sword, the realm of Sword Realm, and embarked on the path of Sword Avenue. It seems that your qualifications are more extraordinary than I imagined. The Book of Swords is very satisfied. Although this host was chosen temporarily and can be regarded as a tall one among the short ones for hundreds of years, this Luo one has continued to exceed his imagination, and now he has ascended to the fairy world and understood he has entered the sword domain. It seems that Luo one is just an innate sword body. This kind of qualification is nothing in the fairy world, but this boy's understanding of the sword is extraordinary and rare in the world. That's why he can achieve transcendence in a short period of time. His imagined achievement. It's all about the Book of Swords.
You teach me well.
If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be just an ordinary student on a certain planet in the human world. How could I ascend to the fairy world? Luowen said with emotion. To be honest, he was just born on an ordinary planet with poor spiritual energy, and this planet also experienced the apocalypse. Let alone attaining enlightenment and ascension, even achieving the golden elixir was impossible. Fortunately, he got the Book of Swords. This book of magical powers was like the best master, guiding him on the path of the sword, which made his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. He rose from a humble planet, began to kill the interstellar, and became a famous swordsman among the interstellar. He once killed 30,000 battleships with one man and one sword, and killed the alien forces to the point of collapse, without daring to invade. He once had one man with one sword, alone guarding the gate of the starry sky, blocking the starry sky monsters for 10 years, killing countless enemies, and finally forcing those starry sky monsters to sign an alliance under the city. He once became so angry for the beauty, he tore apart the planet with a sword, destroyed an ancient holy land, and destroyed those ancient forces. Overturned. In just a few hundred years of practice, he has experienced too much life and death, separation, joy and sorrow. This is simply a legend. This is the legend of Sword Immortal Luo, one in the human world. The sword sect he founded has still become one of the stars in the sky. The most dazzling sect. Every disciple is flying with a sword, traveling in the starry sky. The sword light is like a dragon. Thousands of swords come out, invincible. Any sword cultivator, a sword light, can be compared with the laser cannon of a space battleship. The power is endless. It can be said that he is invincible in the human world. In order to pursue a higher realm of swordsmanship, he ascended to the fairy world. Don't be humble. The master will lead you in. Cultivation depends on the individual, and it depends on your personal destiny. Sword Book said. But how do you feel now? In 3 days, it will be time for the battle of geniuses in the universe to begin. By then, I am afraid you will encounter countless terrifying opponents, many of whom may be above you. Isn't that just right? Why should I, a sword cultivator, be afraid of challenges? Hearing this, Luo smiled slightly. It is precisely because there is no opponent in the human world, so I chose to ascend to the fairy world. Being invincible is really lonely, so it is better to have opponents. The depths of his pupils showed excitement, containing the ultimate fighting spirit. He was not afraid of these upcoming peerless geniuses, but was a little eager to try. Seeing this scene, the Book of Swords was immediately satisfied. Although his host was qualified, they are ordinary, but they have one special characteristic, that is, they have a strong Taoist heart. The more they fight, the braver they become, and the stronger they become when encountering the strong. To be honest, there are many geniuses with evil qualifications, but the more evil the genius, the more evil he will be once he is hit and fails. It is easy to fall down and never get up again. On the contrary, those who are slightly less qualified but have a strong Taoist heart are more likely to embark on the road. But I heard you say before that this cosmic genius battle is not only the many evil geniuses in the fairy world, but also the holders of other magical books. They will also participate in this competition. Rowan couldn't help but ask. He was very curious about the owners of other books of magical powers. He didn't know what kind of power the other people had in the books of magical powers. When he was in the human world, he had no chance to meet other magical powers. The holder of the book. However, after ascending to the fairy world, he actually had the opportunity to meet him, which made him very happy. Of course I will participate. After all, once you enter the 3 transcendent forces, you will soar to the sky and reach the sky in one step. No one can give up this opportunity. If you don't participate this time, the next time you participate will be 100,000 years later. The Book of Swords said, however, the immortal world is so big and it costs 129,600 immortal realms. At this time, the universe virtual network is somewhere in a competition area.
Whoosh.
Han Qing was walking in this ruined city and endless murderous intent instantly appeared around him. Poison King Han Qing, go to hell. The points on your body belong to me. Go up. Go up. Kill this Han Qing. We all have hope of entering the finals. Let's all take action together. I don't believe this guy is really invincible and can poison us all. Go to hell. Poison King Han Qing. In an instant, all the hundreds of contestants around him were killed, and each of them used their unique skills to immediately surround Han Qing and launch a siege, leaving no room for dodge. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 15-17. Madness. Han Qing stood there and looked at the many contestants attacking around him calmly. When you step into my field, you are already dead.
Wow.
In an instant, the bodies of the thousands of contestants who were attacked suddenly became fixed, as if their entire bodies were imprisoned by some kind of force. At this moment, they felt that they had lost all their power, and even their 5 senses had been lost, leaving only a pair of eyes looking at Han Qing stupidly. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, all the contestants who attacked were killed instantly. Their bodies were torn apart and turned into countless pieces, and then they were eliminated from the virtual battlefield. In just an instant, all the people who came to chase Han Qing were dead. They died of poison in an instant, leaving no one behind. Oh my god, Poison King Han Qing is so scary. How did those people die? How did you get poisoned? That's right, I didn't see how the Poison King Han Qing took action at all. I didn't even see him take action, but those contestants were already poisoned to death. Didn't you hear that? Entering the domain of the Poison King Han Qing means that those guys are finished. Their bodies have been poisoned for a long time, but they don't know it at all. In other words, the Poison King Han Qing can control the time when the poison attacks. He can poison the enemy whenever he wants. Such a method of poisoning is almost perfect, right? There is no doubt that this guy can definitely enter the top 100 and represent our Pegasus Fairyland in the finals. When many spectators saw this scene, they were all very shocked. After all, hundreds of players were attacking at the same time. No matter how it looked, the opponent was dead. But in just a moment, all the players who were attacking were poisoned. He was dead. They didn't even know how Han Qing took action, and they all shuddered. If they encountered him in reality, they would definitely stay away. At this moment, after Han Qing poisoned all the incoming contestants, he looked at his virtual screen. Killing so many contestants in an instant, it seems that I can get a lot of points this time, and I'm afraid I can get first place. Han Qing smiled slightly and was very satisfied. After all, the later the game reaches, the stronger the surviving players will be, and the more points they will have. Killing such a strong man can be compared to killing someone in the early stage. Thousands of powerful men. So if he poisons thousands of late-stage players in an instant, his points will definitely skyrocket, and he may even directly reach the first place. How can it be? I'm not number 1. Han Qing was suddenly surprised. He saw his ranking at once. He was only second in this division with 195.69 billion points, but the top one was already having 1 trillion points is really terrifying. I have no idea how many opponents I have massacred. As for the third rank score, it is very few, only 50 billion points. In fact, the higher the ranking, the more terrifying the score. The farther back you are, the lower the score. This is the principle that the strong will always be strong. There is actually someone with a higher score than you? Who is it? The Book of Dan asked curiously. Han Qing touched his chin. I don't know. The name above seems to be something like Gu Shixiang. What? Hearing these 3 words, the hair on Dan's head stood up, and there was a hint of panic in his tone. What's wrong? What is the origin of this ancient Shixiang? Is it the scary kind? Han Qing was also surprised, because this was the first time he saw the panic in the Book of Dan. Before, the Book of Dan was so arrogant that even the saints looked down upon it. There were not many people in the world who could be placed under it. The eyes have always been arrogant and arrogant. But now just hearing this name, it actually produces fear. It is really incredible. What kind of existence can make even the Book of Dan have a look of fear? Don't ask. I won't tell you if you ask. In short, don't provoke him. No, you should not even touch him. You are not his opponent. If he intends to kill you, it will be useless for you to run away. He is not on the same level as the opponents you met before. No, it shouldn't be the same dimension. Dan Jishu's face was extremely serious. What happened? Not from the same dimension? Obviously, everyone is just a human being. Are they so far apart from each other? Han Qing doesn't believe it. He is now a being who can leapfrog challenges, and he considers himself to be the favored one of heaven. Even if the opponent is stronger than him, he shouldn't be too far behind. But the Book of Dan thinks that he was not a match for the other party, which made him extremely confused. You have too little experience and don't understand the existence beyond this standard. It's really strange. This kind of event should be meaningless to him. Why would he participate? By the way, I must be bored. I must be too bored to participate. The Book of Dan murmured to himself, feeling panicked in his heart. It beat him to death, and he didn't expect that he would meet someone who came to arrest him so quickly. Didn't he say that the fairy world is very big? How has it changed now? So young.
Boom.
At this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang. Are you the Poison King Han Qing? This is the toxin you control. It's really interesting. It can be so tiny. No wonder the contestants can't find it.
What?
Hearing this, Han Qing's face changed, his hair stood up, and his whole body trembled. He had placed toxins all over the billions of miles around and turned them into his own poisonous realm. But now there are actually people who can do it silently. He was so close to him, and he didn't notice it at all. If the other party wanted to assassinate him, I'm afraid he would have died.
Whoosh.
In an instant, Han Qing's body flashed, and he immediately escaped for several miles. When he took a closer look, he immediately saw when he arrived, a young lady carved in pink and jade suddenly appeared in front of him. The other person seemed to be looking at him curiously. He subconsciously looked at the virtual screen and instantly saw a light spot close to him on it, which showed the other person's true identity. Identity, Gu Shixiang, is the number 1 Gu Shixiang. Are you kidding me? How could I be so unlucky to meet the number 1 Gu Shixiang? No, it's not unlucky. The other person came specifically to find me. In an instant, Han Qing stared at the little young lady. He felt that every cell and nerve in his body was warning, as if he had encountered the biggest life and death crisis in his life, and his whole body was trembling. On the surface, this was just a little boy. It was just Shota, but he could feel the terrifying power contained in the other person's body, as if every cell contained the power of an ancient divine dragon, a giant hell elephant. He instantly understood the meaning of the Book of Dan, and he and this young Shota was indeed not an opponent of the same dimension. There was a huge gap. At this moment, he deeply felt the absolute gap between himself and the world's top geniuses. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1518. Can't beat it. Can't beat it at all. Just at the moment of contact, Han Qing knew that he was far from the opponent of the little shot in front of him. He felt that the poison field he controlled was of no use in front of this little shot. You must know that the reason why his poison is invincible is because it relies on many poisonous elements to penetrate into the enemy's body silently. But now the other party's body is integrated, as if it has formed a complete world. Not to mention any microorganisms. Even atoms and particles cannot enter the other party's body. The other party's body is always covered with a layer of circle, isolating all elements and power from the outside world. This simply left him helpless. If it was just that he couldn't poison, Han Qing could clearly sense that the opponent's strength and speed were far superior to his own, and he was simply an out-and-out monster. Before, he had hope of leaving any desperate situation alive, but now he couldn't see any hope at all. And at this time, the Book of Dan was already pretending to be dead, refusing to speak no matter what, for fear that the monster in front of him would notice something fishy if he and Han Qing communicated with each other. Are the qualifiers coming to an end? Han Qing was very helpless. He didn't expect to struggle for so long. He thought he had a chance to enter the three major forces. He didn't expect that he was unlucky and encountered such a monster. Sometimes luck is an indescribable thing, even if the talent is monstrous, but if his luck is bad, he will still die. But even so, he still wanted to struggle. He stared at Gu Shixiang. Do you want to fight me and get the points from me? No, I'm just curious. I heard that there is a contestant who is good at using poison and has killed many contestants, so I want to see what you are like. By the way, do you have a book of supernatural powers with you? Gu Shixiang blinked and asked, What? Hearing this, Han Qing almost suffocated. He even felt that the book of alchemy deep in his soul was shaking. He was clearly in a virtual network. There is no need to worry about the danger to his life. But now he has an urge to escape. Even if he can't join the three major forces, he doesn't want to lose the Book of Dan, because the Book of Dan is really too useful to him. Cannot be compared with anything. No, what happened? Han Qing said with a calm face. He had long been accustomed to lying. When he was in the Medicine King realm, he had cheated many people to death by lying. Never mind.
Gu
Shixiang waved his hand. Originally, I wanted to participate in the Cosmic Genius Battle to see if there was any chance of finding someone who could obtain the Book of Supernatural Powers. But now it seems that it is still difficult. Why are those books of supernatural powers hiding suddenly, even though they were making a lot of noise in the human world? Now I can't even find them. He looked depressed. Although it is not difficult for him to seize the Book of Magical Powers, it is very difficult to find the Book of Magical Powers. The number of books of magical powers is either too many or too few. But the fairy world is really they were too big, and these books of magical powers were scattered all over the place. His search was like looking for a needle in a haystack. So far, he had not found many books of magical powers. Therefore, he heard about the Cosmic Genius Battle and came here to participate. Maybe these contestants had the Book of Magical Powers with them, which saved him a lot of effort. Because of this, after entering the preliminaries, he immediately asked other contestants if they had the Book of Magical Powers with them, but where could he expect to get it? These contestants actually became furious and attacked him. In order to defend himself, he could only fight back and punched him. Who would have thought that those contestants were weak and could not withstand the power of his punch? He was directly punched to death. As a result, the incident became more and more serious, causing many contestants to join forces to attack him, and then he punched them all to death. Whether it was one person or a group, they were all solved with one punch. No contestant could withstand his punch. In the end, he couldn't find the whereabouts of the Book of Magical Powers, but he accumulated more and more points. and Gu Shixiang's reputation spread to the entire competition area, attracting countless. The contestants were frightened after hearing this. After hearing these words, Book of Dan cursed inwardly. They were not fools. They knew clearly that they were being hunted, so how could they still dare to show up and not be afraid of being caught? Moreover, they also established a group on a virtual network. Once he discovers something is wrong, he immediately flees hundreds of millions of light years away, determined not to meet the other party. Haha. Han Qing smiled awkwardly. Who knew? It turns out that you participated in the competition to find the Book of Magical Powers. It seems that this thing is difficult to find, but hard work pays off. Sooner or later you will find it. He looked at Gu Shixiang without blushing, and his heart not beating.
Yes, Gu.
Shixiang looked at Han Qing with emotion. You are really a good person. I asked so many contestants, and you are the only one who answered me and encouraged me. From now on, we will be good friends. What's the matter? You can tell me, and I will protect you. Although my strength is very weak, ordinary things are not difficult for me. He patted his chest. Weak. Han Qing's mouth twitched. Did this young lady have some misunderstanding of the word weak? This guy is already a monster, and he still has the nerve to say he is weak. If they are weak, then who are people like them losers? But from what this guy means, it seems that he has no intention of doing anything to himself. Although he is ready to be eliminated, if he is not eliminated, then it's also a good result. Aren't you going to do something to me? Han Qing couldn't help but ask. No plan. I just came here to have fun and look for the Book of Magical Powers on the way, but now I have enough points to qualify, and there is no need to eliminate other players. Gu Shixiang blinked and said, By the way, do you have enough points to qualify? Do you want me to grab some contestants and beat them to death by you to gain points? He looked at Han Qing very enthusiastically. No need. I already have enough points. Han Qing waved his hand. Yeah? Forget it then. I will come and play with you when the qualifiers are over. Gu Shixiang said loudly.
Boom.
At this moment, a burst of voice immediately came from the virtual network. The preliminaries of the Universe Genius Battle are over, and the top 3 points in each competition area will automatically qualify. 7 days later, the final qualifiers for Pegasus Fairyland will be held. Before Han Qing could say anything, a force instantly kicked him out and returned to reality. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1519. It is finally over. Han Qing was very excited when he saw that he had passed the qualifiers of this division. He did not expect that he had defeated so many opponents and passed the qualifiers with the second place in the division points. This result has surpassed that of medicine. The genius of all generations in the King realm, this is an unprecedented achievement and legend in the Medicine King realm. But when he thought about the mysterious little Shota he met at the end, he began to feel unhappy again. He felt that the biggest crisis in his life was about to come. Book of Dan, why didn't you speak just now? Han Qing couldn't help but ask. Can't speak. Once I speak, the guy will know my presence. The Book of Dan said in a deep voice. Impossible. We are telepathically communicating. How could the other party find out? Han Qing was in disbelief. The Book of Dan said helplessly. There is nothing impossible. This is the boy's ability. He can easily listen to the voices of others. This ability is more terrifying than the Buddhist mind. No. Then weren't all my thoughts just heard? Has my secret been revealed? Han Qing was stunned. Don't worry, that kid didn't use this ability of his. It seemed that he also hated the ability to hear other people's voices all the time, so he didn't use it. The Book of Dan. I see. Han Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be happy so early. You heard the last sentence, right? After the qualifiers are over, he will come to you. The Book of Dan. I heard it, but so what? We only met on the virtual network anyway, and I didn't reveal any information, so it's impossible for him to find my location. Han Qing spread his hands. He felt that he had not leaked any information. The other party would not be able to find him anyway. Anyway, it was just a one-time acquaintance, and he would not meet again soon. It's useless. That bastard has access to the cosmic virtual network and can easily find the specific location of anyone, even if he hides in the end of the world. Since he said he came to you, he will definitely come to you. It will be the same no matter where he hides. Just wait for him to come to you. Dan Jishu said helplessly.
What?
Isn't it said that the universe virtual network is extremely safe? No one can trace our whereabouts through the virtual network of the universe. What is going on now? Han Qing's face turned green. If his whereabouts could be found through the communicator, what secrets would he have? Wouldn't he be discovered wherever he went? He felt that the Book of Dan was really a scam. It is said that the universe virtual network is very safe and there is no need to worry about being tracked by others. It is indeed very safe, but there are not many people in the world who have this kind of authority, and he is one of them. After all, his father is the great being who created the virtual network of the universe. The Book of Dan tells an earth-shattering news. Holy shit! Han Qing couldn't help but cursed. He knew that the kid just now might have a big background. After all, if he didn't have a big background, how could he scare the Book of Dan like this? He was just a rookie who had just left the novice village. How could he expect to get it? I just met the ultimate boss. Isn't this nonsense? He doesn't play tricks on people like this. Even though it wasn't long before he ascended to the fairy world, he knew what a terrifying magic weapon the cosmic virtual network is. It spreads across the 6 realms and penetrates every corner of the universe. In the corner, it is conceivable that the existence that created the virtual network of the universe is definitely beyond imagination and is an extremely important person, maybe an existence beyond a saint. But the biological son of this existence actually appears in front of him, and I don't even know what to say. If the other party wants to harm me, I'm afraid they can kill me with just one slap. So what should we do now? Han Qing is helpless. He feels that no matter what he does now, it is useless. This is no longer a question of strength. Even if his strength is increased hundreds of millions of times, he may not be able to solve this dilemma. To be honest, he has encountered there are countless desperate situations, but in this situation, he is simply helpless and can't find any solution at all. There is no need to be so pessimistic now. Dan Jishu comforted. After all, he is not here to trouble you, nor is he here to kill you, but he wants to make friends with you. If you really make friends with this kind of existence, then you will be prosperous. Who can I don't dare to touch you? It feels that things are not so pessimistic yet, and there is still room for solution. But if he comes to me, wouldn't your existence be exposed? Han Qing couldn't help but asked. Don't worry, although the kid's background is very scary, he is just a child after all, and his strength is far from reaching its peak, so it is not that easy to find me. Dan Jishu was full of confidence. As long as I integrate into your soul, completely restrain my aura and don't speak, the other party will not be able to find any trace of me. It's said that it is not that easy to be discovered, even by ancient Xianxia. After all, the Book of Magical Powers itself is a supreme magic weapon, comparable to the Lord of the Universe. Their level is very high, no less than any top power.
Bye.
That's fine. Hearing this, Han Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The thing he fears most is that the Book of Dan will be exposed. Once exposed, everything will stop, and it will be useless to say anything. He does not want to lose the Book of Dan. And Dan having been together with Jishu for such a long time, Dan Jishu has long since become his closest person, a master and a relative. But now there is a question, do you want to continue participating in the Space Genius War? To be honest, I didn't expect that I would meet such a big person when participating in the Universe Genius. I originally thought that such a big person would not participate in this kind of event, but I didn't expect that I still met him. I don't know if you are unlucky or lucky. The Book of Dan. Participation, of course, is a blessing, not a curse. It is a curse that cannot be avoided. It has reached this level, and it is impossible to back down. Han Qing clenched his fists, and the most dangerous place is actually the safest place. There is a saying that it is dark under the lamp. If we stay next to that kid and are never discovered, then don't we need it? Worried about being hunted? And you can also take the opportunity to know the other party's plan. When he heard this, Dan Jishu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, you are a very brave person. You can think of such a plan. If we stay next to that guy, we will know it all the time. If we don't know the other party's dynamics, then we don't need to worry about the enemy who is secretly coming and doesn't know when. It also suddenly felt that this plan was very appropriate. However, it is like walking on a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. If you are not careful, you will be shattered to pieces. Of course, if it succeeds, the benefits will be great. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1520. Not long after, the preliminaries for Pegasus Fairyland ended, and the top 100 candidates were finally selected. The first place was naturally Gu Shixiang, and Han Qing also successfully entered the top 100. The Immortals in the Pegasus Fairyland were also amazed by the fierceness of the previous qualifying matches. It's too intense. This battle between geniuses in the universe is too intense. Is not that right? There are countless talents born in this session. When I saw it, I thought it was going on in the finals, but I didn't expect it was just the qualifiers. Some of them actually had a chance to enter the finals in the last Universe Genius competition, but now they were directly eliminated in the preliminaries. It's a pity. There is no way. The rise of a truly peerless monster always has to step on other geniuses to rise to the top. Only the sun can shine forever, and the light of other stars will be drowned by the brilliance of the sun. Many immortals were amazed. They had not seen such a fierce competition for a long time. It felt as if the chaos demon gods were fighting each other. Every collision between these contestants made these immortals tremble with fear. If they put themselves in their shoes, if they meet such a strong person, they will probably be killed in one encounter, and they will not survive for less than a second. However, most of the contestants who are such monsters have been eliminated, and only 100 people can pass. Pegasus Fairyland Qualifiers. To be honest, there are too many dark horses this year. Many unknown monsters have appeared one after another, but I have lost a lot of money. An immortal said helplessly. The strongest genius in Pegasus Fairyland this time is undoubtedly Gu Shixiang. He is obviously just a child, but his strength is terrifying and bottomless. Is not that right? This is the undisputed number one. Any opponent who fights against him cannot take a punch from him at all. They are defeated in an instant and have no power to fight back. That's right. So far no one knows what level his real strength is. No one can force him to throw a second punch. This strength is too exaggerated and overwhelmingly powerful. To be honest, who is this Gu Shixiang? With such terrifying strength, he must be from a big family. It's unclear. It's just a mystery at the moment. No one knows what the identity behind him is. Many immortals have tried to find out about him, but they all left nothing. Many immortals are in admiration for Gu Shixiang. He is simply the strongest immortal in history. They have never seen an immortal that can be so tyrannical. It is simply unbelievable. However, except for Gu Shixiang, the other contestants are not simple either. Han Qing, the genius who has risen from the Medicine King realm, is not simple either. He is proficient in the art of poison. An immortal said in a deep voice, every opponent who fought against him basically died an unexpected death. He was poisoned before he knew it. He didn't even know when he took action. Is not that right? Except for Gu Shixiang, this kid is simply invincible in the world. If it weren't for Gu Shixiang, this kid would definitely be the number one in Pegasus Fairyland this time. It's such a pity that you can't be bright when you're born with beauty. In addition to Han Qing, there are other geniuses who should not be underestimated. Xie Jun, the golden-haired lion, Xianxia, the white-headed immortal, Tang Yuan, the eight-armed ape, etc. are all extraordinary masters, shining like stars. The preliminaries are over, and next is the finals of the 129,600 immortal realms. The geniuses from many immortal realms will battle it out. It makes me excited just thinking about it. Now it is just a stage in the immortal realm, but later it will be the stage of the entire immortal realm. I really don't know how many peerless geniuses will emerge. Even the invincible Gu Shixiang may encounter opponents. Many immortals discussed one after another. At this time, on a certain planet, it is finally over. Han Qing breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. He successfully qualified in second place and represented Pegasus Fairyland in the finals of the Universe Genius competition. Although in this competition, he also encountered many difficulties. Although there were many opponents around him, he still defeated them one by one, except for the extraordinary monster Gu Shixiang. He defeated all other opponents. This is enough to prove that even in the immortal world, he can stand among countless immortals. A peerless immortal. But thinking about Gu Shixiang made him extremely depressed because in the final qualifying match, he had a one-on-one duel with his opponent, but he was beaten to death without even knowing what happened. He couldn't even react. This wasn't a question of shortcomings, it was simply a gap in strength. At this time, he finally understood why the Book of Dan was so afraid of this little Shota. This was a real monster, a creature beyond common sense, and those geniuses before were just ordinary people. If he relied on cheats like the Book of Dan to defeat many opponents, then that monster Gu Shixiang himself was a super cheat, and that bastard himself was a cheat is a monster that should not appear in the fairy world. The qualifiers are over. That guy won't really come to me, right? Han Qing was worried. It would be okay if they met in the virtual network of the universe. But if they met in reality, he couldn't imagine what would happen if the Book of Alchemy on his body was leaked. Don't worry, he will definitely come to you, the guy said it. The Book of Dan comforted. Thank you for comforting me. Your words immediately made my heart freeze. Han Qing's mouth twitched. Is it a blessing or a curse? There is no way to avoid it, it just depends on your luck. The Book of Dan said faintly, but suddenly its expression changed. Oh no, that guy is already here. I won't say anything next, it's all your fault. As soon as it finished speaking, it had no intention of making any more noise. At the same time, it tried its best to hide the aura on its body, as if it had disappeared from this world. Han Qing, here I come. With a bang, the void suddenly cracked, a black hole appeared, and a young lady carved in pink and jade jumped out, and suddenly appeared in front of Han Qing.
Gu Shixiang.
Seeing this little young lady, Han Qing felt. His heart twitched. Monster, this is simply too weird. He vaguely saw that this small body seemed to contain a universe. He had never felt it so clearly when he was in the universe virtual network before, but now he truly feels the horror of the ancient Shixiang, as if every cell contains a weight comparable to the sun. Just standing in front of him can generate unparalleled gravity, distorting the surrounding light. Like a neutron star in general, infinite matter is compressed. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 15:21. To know why black holes are produced in the universe, the so-called black hole is just a special celestial body. The reason why black holes are produced is because the gravity of this special celestial body is so terrifying that even the speed of light cannot escape from this celestial body. For example, if you want to escape from the Earth, you can reach the second cosmic speed. But if you want to fly out of a black hole, you must exceed the speed of light to have any possibility. Now Gu Shixiang is such a monster. The density of this guy's body is terrifying. To be honest, ordinary people can't see the abnormality in Gu Shixiang's body. Ordinary people just think that Gu Shixiang is just an ordinary child, nothing surprising. But in the eyes of a peerless genius like Han Qing, he is an out-and-out monster. Welcome. Han Qing felt that his face was beginning to stiffen and said, "But how did you come so quickly? Didn't I say before that we are very far away, at least billions of light years away?" Since discussing the plan with the Book of Dan, Han Qing has become friends with Gu Shixiang and also told the specific location of his current location. Anyway, his location is not a secret at all, so he might as well take the initiative to explain it. But he knows his location was extremely far away from Gu Shixiang's location. According to his estimation, he would not be able to reach it within a few decades. But now, only a few days have passed, and the other party has arrived directly at his location. Yes, it is indeed very far away. It took me 6 full days of space jumping to finally find your specific location. Several times during the space jumping, I made mistakes and ended up in other places. If there hadn't been an error in the jump position, I might have reached this place earlier. Gu Shixiang sighed with emotion. Space jump. Han Qing's mouth twitched. Is this still something a human immortal can do? When did a human immortal be able to jump billions of light years in space so easily? He is also a human immortal. Doesn't he still know? Human immortals simply cannot do this kind of thing, but for such a monster, no matter what exaggerated things he does, it is not surprising. You've jumped through space so many times. Aren't you afraid that your mana will be exhausted? Han Qing couldn't help but ask. Generally powerful immortals, even if they can jump in space, will not use it often. Instead, they choose to take a spaceship. After all, the farther the distance between each space jump, the more amazing the mana consumed. Moreover, if the space jump fails, I am afraid that I will fall into the space turbulence, be completely killed by the space turbulence, and the whole body will be torn into countless pieces. Therefore, in order to reduce the mana consumption on one's body and for the sake of one's own safety, some immortals choose to take transportation. Even quasi-sages will not choose to jump into space unless necessary. Running out of mana? Why does the mana on my body run out? Normal people's magic power will generally not be exhausted, right? Gu Shixiang looked confused, as if he didn't understand this question very well, because since he was born, he has never experienced the feeling of running out of mana. No matter how he uses it, it is endless. And even if it consumes a lot, in one breath, he recovered instantly. Damn it, normal people's mana will be exhausted. If it is not used properly, what kind of monster is it? The mana is so terrifying that it is already endless, right? Is it still a human? Han Qing covered her face with her hands and felt that her heart was twitching. There is really no comparison between people. Ahem. At this time, Han Qing coughed. He felt that it was time to change the subject. Okay, even if the power will not be exhausted but such a long distance, there will definitely be a lot of dangers. If you encounter someone living in the void, the monsters and those robbers probably did a lot of good things. His tone was very serious. Although the fairy world is basically a world with strict laws, ordinary immortals would not dare to break the law or kill people at will. It is many times safer than the human world. The problem is that this is only in the safe zone. There is such treatment. If it is in the endless dark starry sky, these places are simply lawless zones. Without the law enforcement of heaven, many immortals are doing whatever they want. Every year, no one knows how many spaceships are robbed by those bandits, and the immortals who are killed or injured are not there. A few. At the same time, there are also a large number of demonic characters and even void monsters living in the endless void, often preying on the spaceships and immortals that travel through the stars. If you don't have enough force, you will be dead if you dare to travel between the stars. Especially when encountering monsters that live in the void, death is certain. Even a quasi-sage may not be able to save his life. Monster? I didn't encounter any monsters. Gu Shixiang blinked. But we met a lot of animals along the way, such as a very friendly black octopus with many tentacles, a dark golden spider with many beautiful patterns on its body, and a lot of scales growing on its body. There is a pangolin the size of a planet. They greeted me very enthusiastically, but I was in a hurry and didn't pay much attention to them. Brother Gu, if I guess correctly, Those are monsters. Han Qing's mouth twitched. The friendly black octopus should be the famous death octopus. The spider with a beautiful pattern should be the 10,000 poisonous spider, and the pangolin monster might be the legendary golden armor that feeds on the planet. Beasts, they are all monsters. He has seen similar introductions in the Monster Manual. These monsters are the absolute overlords of the void in the fairy world, the kind that are terrifying. Countless spaceships and immortals die at the hands of these monsters every year. The quasi-sage was devoured by them, which is really scary. If he encounters these monsters, he will probably have no choice but to run away and not dare to compete with them. After all, he is just a human immortal now, but a rookie immortal. How can you fight against a monster of that level? How can it be? I can still tell the difference between monsters and animals. Gu Shixiang laughed. A real monster is one that is as big as a star field and exudes an indescribable aura. Ordinary people will die just by looking at it. If they smell the smell, they will be eternally cursed. Even if they are the offspring that are born will continue to be cursed until they are extinct. Even if they hear a sound, they will exterminate the species, go completely crazy, and their souls will be completely corrupted and corrupted. Nima, this is not a monster, it's an evil god, and it's the ultimate evil god. It's the ultimate evil god that can destroy the world. Can anyone teach this guy what normal people's common sense is? Han Qing was so weak that he didn't even know say something good. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1522. Okay, but why did you come to me? Han Qing asked doubtfully. To be honest, he was very surprised why Gu Shixiang came to look for him. Although he thought he was a peerless genius, the other party was even more of a monster among monsters, a terrifying one. In contrast, he was simply ordinary. He couldn't understand why the other party came to him. It was a bit unusual and unbelievable no matter how he thought about it. The Book of Dan also held his breath, wondering about Gu Shixiang's purpose. It's very simple, because my intuition tells me that if I stay by your side, there is a high probability that I will find the Book of Magical Powers. Gu Shixiang said loudly and directly stated his purpose. What? Han Qing was almost frightened by these words and his heart twitched, but after all, he was Han Paopao who had a strong psychological quality and asked, why? I have such an idea, and I don't have a Book of Magical Powers? There's no reason, it's intuition, my instinct, it tells me that this is bound to happen. Although you don't have the Book of Magical Powers with you, you will definitely meet someone who has the Book of Magical Powers later on, so I will stay with you for the time being, so that it is easier to find the Book of Magical Powers. Gu Shixiang said. This. Han Qing was speechless. Just because of such a nonsense reason, he actually followed him. However, after experiencing so much and being promoted to Immortal, he knew that there are indeed many unusual abilities in the world. For example, the ability to predict, the ability of the sixth sense, etc. It is obvious that the talent of the child in front of him is superintuition. Whatever he foresees will definitely happen. This is already a certain degree of prediction. The Book of... But you have also seen the current situation. There is no other explanation other than this explanation. In short, the dangers in this world are extraordinary. The faces of many immortals were extremely solemn, and their hearts became heavier and heavier. They had never encountered such a situation before. Look quickly. I feel that there seems to be a breath of life in front of me. Suddenly, Immortal Wuyo was overjoyed. He sensed the breath of a living being in front of him. Go over and take a look. Xianxia, Immortal Lord, and other immortals immediately flew over. Suddenly, they saw a huge interstellar train traveling in the starry sky, seemingly connecting one planet after another, and it looked extremely prosperous and lively. It seems that this is a technological world, not a spiritual world. Immortal Xianxia narrowed her eyes. She knew that there are many cultivation systems in the entire universe, not just the cultivation side, but also the technological side. For example, the mechanical race, the first race in the universe, is the representative of the technological side. And the technological side focuses on it is the overall strength of the civilization, and does not focus on the strength of individuals. Although they are not opponents of the cultivation side if they fight alone, if a war really breaks out, then the power of the technology side will be unprecedentedly improved and occupy an overwhelming advantage. No wonder we can collectively ascend to the fairy world. It turns out to be a world on the technological side. Could it be that some technology was invented that allowed the entire world to ascend to the fairy world? Immortal? Wuxia guessed. It's unclear, but let's not show up for now. Let's explore this world first and see what secrets this world that ascended from the human world has. Xianxia, Immortal Lord, suggested. Good. The other immortals also nodded. They are also extremely cautious immortals. Facing this weird and unpredictable world, no matter how cautious you are, you can never be too cautious. The so-called knowing yourself and your enemy means you will be victorious in any battle. If they don't know anything, it will be easy for them to be victorious. They will fall into the enemy's trap, and they will be dead by then. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Immortal Xianxia and others landed silently on one of the ordinary planets, and they immediately saw there are many high-rise buildings on the planet, row upon row. Many spaceships come and go, like a scene from the interstellar era. However, Xianxia, Xianjun, and others have seen too many such scenes. The technology in the fairy world is even better than here. Technology is so many times more advanced, it's simply not on the same level. It seems to be just a world with ordinary technology. Are we too cautious? An immortal couldn't help but have a doubt in his heart. He sensed that the life on the entire planet was just an ordinary life, and he had not practiced yet, and he had no power at all. Not to mention that he could compare to an immortal, even if he was an ordinary practitioner. Not as good as any mortal. Doo-doo-doo-doo. At this moment, 2 police cars immediately drove over and arrived in front of Xianxia, Xianjun, and others, and then a group of police officers walked out. Outsiders, what the hell is going on with you? Why did you enter our planet without registration? Do you know that you violated our planet's overseas management regulations? A policeman glared at Xianxia, Xianjun, and others. What happened? Xianxia, Immortal Lord, and others were immediately confused. You must know that they have twisted the law and made themselves invisible. Even the radar cannot detect them. But now they were found all at once. It is really unbelievable. Outsiders, don't think that you can sneak into our planet because you are invisible. Our planet has a secret identity detector. Any unregistered stranger who enters our planet will be immediately displayed, no matter where he is hiding. It's no use. A policeman said in a deep voice. Secret prop. Identity detector. Could it be some powerful magic weapon? Xianxia, Xianjun, and others secretly guessed. They looked at each other. This world is not as simple as imagined. It is incredible that any magic weapon can detect the specific location of Daluo Jingxian. Thinking of this, they wanted to run away, hide again, and investigate secretly. Well, you actually want to escape? They were immediately arrested and interrogated. There was indeed something wrong with these guys. A policeman shouted, "Secret prop, ecstasy spray." In an instant, the surrounding policemen immediately took out a spray from their bodies and sprayed it towards Xianxia, Xianjun, and others.
Wow.
Suddenly, a sheet of white smoke spread over and enveloped them.
What?
The faces of Immortal Xianxia and others changed drastically. They immediately felt the terror of the white smoke, as if every particle on it was alive, and it came to life and burrowed into their bodies. Even if they have immortal weapons to defend themselves, it will be of no use. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, Immortal Xianxia and others completely fainted, falling to the ground like corpses, unconscious. Damn it, this time the boat really capsized in the gutter. I should have known better than to enter this planet. Immortal Xianxia and others were so regretful that their intestines turned green. This was their last thought before they fell into coma. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1526. At this time, the world of props and the Noah Planet Police Department. At this moment, Xianxia, Xianjun, and others had been arrested and detained in the police station. When they woke up, they found themselves in a strange room with more than a dozen policemen in front of them. What happened? When Xianxia, Xianjun, and others woke up, their expressions suddenly changed because they suddenly found that they had an extra pair of shackles on their hands, and at the same time, their cultivation base was completely sealed and they could not even use any power. If they don't come out, it's as if they are mortals now. For them as immortals, this is simply terrible news. After all, no one wants to become mortals again after possessing otherworldly power. Stop struggling. Your cultivation has long been sealed by our secret tool, the imprisonment handcuffs. As long as you are on the cultivation side and have these imprisonment handcuffs on, you will not use any strength at all. Just like a mortal. A policeman said. Of course, it seems that your cultivation is not simple. We have tried many imprisonment handcuffs before, but they were unable to completely seal your cultivation. In the end, we could only use the highest level imprisonment handcuffs to seal your cultivation. Sealed, so who are you? It seems that I have never seen a practitioner as powerful as you before. He looked at Immortal Xianxia and others with a serious face. After arresting these uninvited guests, the policemen checked the energy in their bodies and were immediately shocked. Each of them contained energy, like the core of the sun and the earth. Energy. It can be said that everyone is equivalent to the sun. These guys are simply walking suns. If they are allowed to act recklessly on the planet, I am afraid that the entire planet will be completely destroyed. Fortunately, they took action in time and caught them all. Imprisoned the body's cultivation, and this prevented Noah's planet from suffering huge damage. Secret prop? Confinement handcuffs. Hearing this, Immortal Xianxia and others couldn't help but show a hint of shock in their eyes. They were obviously just a group of mortals who ascended from the human world. They didn't even have any cultivation level, but they could actually take out so-called secret tools and easily imprison their cultivation. What a terrifying magic weapon it is to seal their cultivation at will. And because they were careless just now, they got hit and passed out. The problem is that they are immortals, and ordinary objects are not so easy to make them unconscious. But that secret prop, the ecstasy spray, was so terrifying. With just one spray, they fainted without even the ability to resist. It was really too scary. Thinking of this, Immortal Xianxia said, He is an envoy from the immortal world, and he is here specifically for you. After all, you have just ascended from the human world to the special world of the immortal world, so I want to check in advance what secrets you have. Speaking of this, her face changed, because she didn't want to speak at all just now, but now she couldn't help but speak out, which means that she was easily controlled just now. You must know that she is Daluo Jinxian. What on earth can be like this? Self-control. What happened? What exactly did you do to me? Immortal Xianxia was shocked and angry. You didn't do anything. We just fed you a secret item, the water of truth. As long as you take the water of truth, you'll be able to tell the truth involuntarily within an hour. It is absolutely impossible to tell any lies. A policeman said, I see. You are people from the fairy world, which means you are immortals from the fairy world. It seems that we have misunderstood you. You are not intruders. The other police officers also breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party is a powerful practitioner who secretly sneaks in to cause damage, then it will not be a good thing for the entire world of props. After all, these are the only people they caught, and they did not arrest anyone. I don't know how many there are. If these guys just want to destroy the world of props, then I don't know how many people and planets will be killed or injured. But now it seems that these practitioners are not here to do anything in the world of props. Destructive, but coming with good intentions. The secret prop, the water of truth. The eyes of Xianxia, Xianjun, and others showed a look of horror. They never thought that there was such a terrifying treasure in the world. As long as they take it, they will definitely tell the truth. If they master this treasure, doesn't it mean that no one in the world can tell lies in front of them? And they are immortals, and even immortals can't resist the power. It is too much, it's scary. This is still the world of the human world. Is this still the technology of mortals? It looks so many times scarier than the technology of immortals. Suddenly, they felt the unfathomable depth of this world. Sure enough, everyone who ascended from the human world, the world is unusual, and their caution is correct. But even so, they still underestimated the world of props. If they were a little careless, they would be knocked down by ordinary policemen in this world. If word spreads that their majestic Luo Jingxian fell into the hands of some ordinary people, I'm afraid many of their colleagues will laugh to death. Secret prop? What is your so-called secret prop? Of course, if it is confidential information, you can also refuse to answer, and we can understand that. Immortal Xianxia couldn't help but ask. To be honest, she has always been confused by the so-called secret props. It is precisely because of this secret prop that she has been unlucky again, and been played with by applause. There is nothing difficult to answer. This is just common sense in our world. If we want to integrate into the fairy world, you will know it soon. Secret props are unique treasures in our world of props. They are the perfect crystallization of wisdom from the technology side and the practice side. It should even be a product from the weird side. A policeman explained, secret props contain extraordinary power. It can easily distort the laws of heaven and earth, violate common sense, and transcend the limitations of strength and realm. Even a child holding a powerful secret prop can easily do so. Kill the immortals, even the saints. How can it be? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of immortal Xianxia and others suddenly changed. As we all know, the more powerful the magic weapon is, the more restrictions it has. For example, magic weapons like immortal weapons cannot be used by mortals. For example, powerful magic weapons like innate magic weapons cannot be easily used by ordinary immortals. And the magic weapons that can kill saints are probably chaos magic weapons. The problem is that ordinary immortals can hardly use chaos magic weapons, let alone use them. But the so-called secret props are so scary that even ordinary children can use them. What kind of joke is this? It's too exaggerated. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1527. If such a magic weapon really exists, then the power structure of the entire world will undergo earth-shaking changes, causing unimaginable chaos in the fairy world. What does the threat from the Book of Magical Powers mean? Secret props are the biggest bomb to the stability of the fairy world. Thinking of this, immortal Xianxia and others' faces became extremely serious. They finally knew what a terrifying world they had entered. This is not an ordinary human world. If it is not taken care of, it may become the greatest threat to the fairy world. No wonder the original laws of the fairy world did not protect this world of props. It is not because the original laws of the fairy world are biased, but simply because this world of props does not need protection at all. As long as the world of props doesn't mess around, the immortals in other places in the fairy world will have to pray to gods and worship Buddha and burn high incense. Nothing is impossible. Secret props are technological products that transcend common sense. They are not magic weapons like your practice. Every secret prop will pose a huge threat if not used properly. A policeman said seriously. Oh, I heard you say that the so-called secret props are not always good, but also have many disadvantages? Xianxia, Xianjun, and others immediately understood the meaning of the policeman's words. Naturally, secret props possess overly powerful power that subverts common sense. As long as they are used with caution, that's all. But if they are used maliciously by bad people, it will cause unimaginable consequences. The policeman said solemnly. For example, there was a secret prop called the dictator button before. As long as you use this button and press the button while calling someone's name to disappear, that person will disappear from there. In the world, there is a very scary button. People who disappear will only reappear when the user regrets it. Moreover, this power ignores any difference in strength and can kill even a saint. There used to be people with evil intentions who got the dictator button and acted arbitrarily, killing lives on dozens of planets and causing a huge disaster. Fortunately, we stopped the other party in time and took back the dictator button, otherwise it would have been impossible. I don't know how many people will be killed or injured. This. Immortal Xianxia and others were shocked. They had overestimated the power level of the world of props, but they never expected that the secret props in the world of props were so terrifying. Take out a secret prop at random. They all have the ability to kill everything. If this secret item is brought to heaven, wouldn't it be able to easily kill all the immortals in heaven? By then, the entire immortal world will be completely in chaos. This is a magic weapon that can destroy the world. Of course, the dictator button is naturally scary, and there is also a secret item in history that is also extremely scary. Its name is the Devil's Passport. The policeman continued. With it, you can really do anything. If you do something bad, even if the other party wants to settle a score with you, as long as you show this passport, the other party will have an invisible fear and let you continue to do evil. If you want to steal, rob, or force someone to do something they don't want to do, it's okay. There was once a person with evil intentions who took this devil's passport and became the master of a star field, controlling the life and death of the entire star field at will, and doing all kinds of bad things. He is simply disgusting to the extreme. He has snatched away all the women in this star field, leaving other men to die alone. He even uses science and technology to let these women give birth to his descendants. He wants to make the world my sons. As a result, all the women in the star field are his wives, and these women have also given birth to a large number of descendants for him. As a result, the people in that star field are basically his descendants, and all the men in that star field are wearing green.
Mao.
Fortunately, this matter was exposed in time, and we paid a huge price to kill the guy remotely. Otherwise, this matter may have affected the entire world of props. What? When Wuxia, Immortal Lord, and others heard these words, their hair stood on end. They were shocked and angry. If someone comes to the fairy world with this devil's passport, how much damage will be caused, and everyone in the world will be me. Son, what an evil guy this is. Even the most evil devil in the fairy world would not dare to do such a thing, or even think about it. But people in this world of props dare to think about it, and they dare to do it. The star territory has become his territory. Let a woman from the star territory give birth to a child for him, no matter what it looks like. Their vigilance against the prop world has been raised to the extreme. They must not let the secret props of the prop world spread. Go out, otherwise it will definitely affect the balance of the fairy world and cause unimaginable consequences. Of course, these are nothing, but there is also a terrible secret prop that appeared in history, which once affected the safety of the entire prop world and almost caused the destruction of the prop world. The policeman said seriously. What? What is the secret prop? Xianxia, Immortal Lord, and others were shocked. The two secret props just now were extremely terrifying. There are actually secret props that can destroy the entire world. What kind of terrifying secret props are they? Its name is If Phone Booth. The policeman said solemnly. As long as you tell the fantasy world in your mind on the phone, you can create a parallel space according to your requirements. This is a secret prop that can create a world at will. The person who got the secret prop was not a heinous person, it was just a 6-year-old girl, but it was precisely because she was a little girl that she acted unscrupulously. She used this secret prop at will to create parallel worlds one after another, including Magic World, Witchcraft World, Superpower World, Demon World, Devil World, and so on. The power of these parallel worlds is extremely powerful, and they can even travel through other parallel worlds and come into our real world. At that time, Countless parallel worlds launched an attack on our prop world and started a world-to-world war. No one knew it, because of how many people died in that war. Fortunately, the Lord of the Realm personally took action at this time, erasing the power of the secret item and erasing other parallel worlds, thus quelling the war. After hearing this, the corners of Xianxia, Xianjun, and others' mouths twitched. Damn, what kind of secret prop is this? It can actually create a parallel world easily. This is more terrifying than the chaos magic weapon. Monster. This big world of props is simply a monster. What a rampant world. Thinking of this, they were so regretful that their intestines turned green. If they had known better, they would not have come to this ghost place. Who knew that this world looked ordinary, but it was so terrifying, and they randomly took out as secret props can kill immortals. Wait, Lord Realm? Who is the so-called Lord Realm? At this moment, Immortal Xianxia seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1528. The Lord of the World is the master of our world of props. The policeman said proudly. She is also the inventor of secret props. The secret props in the entire world of props were invented by the World Master alone, and she has control over all secret props. What? As soon as these words came out, Xianxia, Xianjun, and others were even more shocked, with extremely horrified expressions on their faces. They had thought that the so-called secret props should have been created because of the special nature of this prop world. But they never expected it. The so-called secret props are actually artificially created. This result is many times more horrifying than imagined, because if it is congenitally conceived, the number is still limited. If all the secret props are sealed, then the number of secret props it will not cause much harm. However, these secret props are artificially created, which means that if this mysterious world master is not restricted, I am afraid that secret props will continue to be produced. And the number of secret props is still there will be more and more, and it will become more and more terrifying. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. The secret prop is actually created by man? How could such a magic weapon that goes against common sense be created so easily? Yes, it's simply unbelievable. If this thing is true, then what kind of terrifying existence is the Realm Lord who invented the secret prop? This is a person who has single-handedly improved the status of this world. He is definitely a genius who has shocked the past and the present. Many immortals looked at each other, and they were all shocked when they saw each other. There is no doubt that the World Master who invented the secret prop must be an unimaginable scientist on the technological side. Can you let us meet the Realm Lord? Xianjun Xianxia couldn't help but ask. See the Lord of the Realm? Hearing this, the group of policemen immediately laughed. Stop dreaming, Lord Realm Master has many things to do every day. Even we Star Lords are not qualified to see Lord Realm Lord. Criminals like you who sneak into our big world of props are just like you. You are even more unqualified, just stay in jail. Because of your crimes, you will be jailed for at least 20 years. What? Immortal Xianxia and others' faces turned green immediately. He actually had to go to jail for 20 years because he entered the world of props? If he were an ordinary person, he would probably be able to get away with a 20-year sentence, but he would still be living. However, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although going to jail is not a good thing, it is a good thing to survive. They don't have to die at last. And for immortal immortals, a mere 20 years in prison is nothing. In the blink of an eye, time has passed. Jingle bell bell. At this moment, a sergeant's communicator rang. He immediately connected it and saw a voice coming from the other side. The sergeant nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, he hung up the phone and looked at Immortal Xianxia and others with a complicated expression. You are lucky. The Lord of the Realm actually knows your news. The Lord of the Realm said that he wants to see you in person. Very good. Immortal Xianxia and others are simply ecstatic.
This is really a turn of events.
They originally had no hope of meeting the master of this world of props. But now the other party is actually willing to meet them. I think this is because of their relationship. The identity of the Heavenly Court official has a great relationship, otherwise the other party would not be willing to see him. But can we be freed from the shackles on our bodies? Asked an immortal. Stop dreaming. You are still guilty, and you still want to free yourself from the shackles. Hearing this, the police chief sneered and ignored the other party's request to push the envelope. After all, these guys are all humanoid nuclear bombs. Who knows what kind of harm they will cause if they are left unchecked? It is better to seal the power within them. The immortals around them, it's also helpless. After all, people are like knives, and I'm like fish and meat. Okay, let's go now. At this moment, the sergeant gently grabbed the fourth-dimensional pocket on his body and immediately took out a white door and stood at this place. What is this? Immortal Xianxia was very curious. This is a secret prop, the arbitrary door. As long as you input the corresponding spatial coordinates, you can appear anywhere at will. The police chief explained, but there is a limit to the distance. It must be within 100 light years. If it exceeds, there is nothing we can do. Originally, the coordinates of the planet where Lord Realm Lord was located were strictly sealed, and no one could break into it, otherwise it would be a death penalty. You are lucky this time. The Realm Master is willing to see you, so he has temporarily opened the coordinates of this space so that we can open any door and enter. So convenient. The eyes of the surrounding immortals showed a glimmer of light. If this arbitrary door appeared in the immortal world, it would definitely completely change the traffic situation of the entire immortal world. Although it can only teleport within 100 light years, it is enough. Don't it seem that the teleportation array can also teleport? The problem is that every time the teleportation array is activated, a large amount of fairy stones are consumed. The energy consumed is too much, and ordinary people cannot afford it. But this arbitrary door is different. How much energy does it need to be consumed? It's a perfect tool for short-distance travel. Are there similar secret props everywhere? Immortal Xianxia was shocked. If such secret props are everywhere and everyone has one, then the power of the prop world is simply terrifying. Just one world can sweep half of the fairy world. After all, this kind of bug is like the secret props are too foul. To be honest, secret props are also divided into levels. The sheriff explained, like the secret props I just mentioned that have caused great harm to the world, such as the Devil's Passport, Dictator's Button, etc. They are taboo props. They cannot be copied. They are the only ones in the world. Peace, there can be no second peace. But in addition to these taboo props, there are many ordinary secret props, such as arbitrary doors, four-dimensional space bags, translation hats, magnifying lamps, etc. They can be copied infinitely and can be purchased at will on the market. Ordinary props? Taboo props. Xianxia, Xianjun, and others looked at each other. They have a deeper understanding of the secret props. It seems that even among these secret props that go against common sense, there are differences. According to the power, destruction depending on the strength, the level of secret props is also different. So, how many are these forbidden props? An immortal asked curiously. To be honest, if there are many taboo props such as devil passports and dictator buttons, it would be very scary. No one knows what the consequences will be. It can be said that the entire world of props is like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Even if a quasi-sage breaks in, it will be a dead end. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1529. Even some immortals are thinking that if they can obtain a forbidden item from this place, they may be able to prosper after returning to the outside world. After all, this is just a magic weapon. Since people in the prop world can use it, others can also use it. You may be thinking that you also have a chance to obtain forbidden items. Immediately, the police chief smiled slightly, as if he could see what these people were thinking, and said, "To be honest, don't dream. Although the secret props are in our world and can be used by everyone, in fact the Lord of the Realm, in order to prevent the secret props from being lost, only beings with the blood of our prop world are eligible to use them. If it is a being from other places, even if it obtains a secret item, it cannot use it at all, and it is no different from scrap metal. It's not like no people from other worlds have come to the prop world before, but they can't use any secret props. Even stealing them from here will have no effect." What? As soon as these words came out, the faces of these immortals turned green. They originally thought that if they could also snatch these secret props, they would have the same power. After all, these guys were only relying on the power of the secret props. It's just that powerful. As long as these secret props are snatched away, the people here are just mortals. But they never expected that the so-called secret props can only be used by people in this world. In fact, it is not just you. Even us, if we get a unique forbidden item, if we cannot activate the forbidden item, we will not be able to use the forbidden item, and we will not be able to make the forbidden item recognize its owner. The police chief sighed with emotion. What happened? Doesn't it mean that anyone can use it? Xianxia, Immortal Lord, asked. Ordinary secret props can be used by anyone, but this is not the case with forbidden props. It has a series of conditions for identifying its owner. Only by completing the conditions for identifying its owner can it be truly owned. The police chief explained, and the conditions for identifying the owner of each taboo item are all weird. For example, some taboo items require you to run 10 million kilometers with it before you can identify the owner, and some taboo items require you to eat them. It takes 100,000 steamed buns to recognize the owner, and some forbidden items require you to be abandoned by a woman 1,000 times before you can activate them, etc. In short, no one knows what conditions these taboo props have before they recognize their owners. It all depends on luck. Xianxia, Xianjun, and others were stunned when they heard these words. The so-called taboo item recognition is so weird. If the conditions for identifying the owner cannot be met, the taboo item cannot be used, and the power of the taboo item cannot be activated. In this way, if you come here, you can really only rely on luck to obtain forbidden items. After all, no one knows what the conditions are for activating these forbidden items. Sometimes after working for half a life, you can't make this forbidden item exert even a little bit of power. However, once the forbidden item can be recognized as its owner, it will be a step to the sky, and it will immediately become a human master. The sheriff sighed. Because these taboo props contain extraordinary power, the power to twist the law, and have far beyond ordinary human destructive power. Therefore, these people with powerful forbidden items will become the masters of a planet, or even the masters of a galaxy, ruling a boundless territory. There was a trace of envy in his tone, but even if he was envious, there was nothing he could do about it, because each taboo prop was unique, and only extremely lucky people could meet the conditions for recognizing the owner. Such a probability is like winning the lottery. But the power of the forbidden items is so great. What will happen if it goes out of control? Xianxia, Immortal Lord, asked. Generally speaking, other people who possess forbidden items will personally take action to seal the out-of-control forbidden item. If even those who possess powerful forbidden items cannot do anything, the World Lord will personally take action and seal all these dangerous forbidden items so that they will never appear in the human world again. The police chief explained. He said that there have been many incidents in history where forbidden props went out of control, causing irreparable losses, but they were eventually solved. I see. Xianxia, Xianjun, and others nodded. They have a deeper understanding of the world of props. Okay, let's go in. The Lord of the Realm is already waiting for you inside. With a snap, the police chief opened the door, and suddenly another part of the door was connected to another space. There seemed to be a huge white building there. Whoosh whoosh. Without saying a word, Immortal Xianxia, the others immediately passed through any door and arrived at another place. Is this where the Realm Lord is? It's amazing. The eyes of Immortal Xianxia and others widened. They immediately saw that they were on a planet, and this planet had been completely transformed into a technological planet. It seemed that this planet was made of countless gears. It was an extremely sophisticated machine that looked extremely mysterious. And huge buildings appeared one after another in front of them, and they were not ordinary buildings, but huge super laboratories, and no one knew what was inside. How many devices have been placed? There are densely packed robots around, either guard robots, cleaning robots, assistant robots, surveillance robots, etc. It can be said that this is simply a mechanical world. They feel that it's like entering a planet of machines. It looks unfathomable and shocking. Guests, the master is already waiting for you in the laboratory. Please come in. At this moment, a civic cat robot came over instantly. It was chubby, blue, and white, and looked very cute. Yes. Xianxia, Xianjun, and others immediately restrained themselves. They followed the civic cat robot and passed through countless buildings before finally arriving at the final laboratory. With a click, the door of the laboratory opened, and they saw many animals appearing around them. Scientific researchers, as well as a large number of mechanical assistants, seemed indifferent to the arrival of Xianxia, Xianjun, and others, as if they were discussing something feverishly. Not long after, they were taken to one of the largest offices in the laboratory. I saw a boss's chair suddenly turned around, and a 5- or 6-year-old little girl appeared wearing a white coat and glasses. Welcome to the world of props. Messenger from heaven, you can call me Gu Hui Hui. I am the supreme leader of this world of props. Little Lolita Gu Hui Hui said. What? As soon as these words came out, Xianxia, Xianjun, and others were extremely shocked. It was simply unbelievable that the mysterious world leader was actually a little Lolita about 5 or 6 years old. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1530. Seeing this piece of purple gold iron, Chu Anlin was extremely shocked. Is another precious ore. Legend has it that this is one of the main materials for refining innate treasures, and is even an auxiliary material for chaos magic weapons. There is no need to describe the preciousness of this iron ore in words. It is impossible to buy it on the market. Even if a quasi-sage in the immortal world wants to get a piece of purple gold black iron, he has to pay a huge price. But this little lowly took out another piece casually from his body, which is too rich. Of course, the most important thing is that although this purple gold black iron is precious, the degree is not as good as the 5-color divine stone, but in terms of hardness, it is higher than the 5-color divine stone. After all, the 5-color divine stone is an ore that makes up for the world's barriers and contains the power of the laws of time and space. As for the purple gold black iron, its density is simply too high, so possessing invincible power. Abel. Chu Anlin also took it, picked up the piece of purple gold black iron, put it in her mouth, and started to nibble. Of course, this time, she nibbled very slowly and could only nibble a little bit at a time, but she was still able to eat it.
Can eat.
It's amazing. It's really amazing. As a human, you can not only eat stones, but also iron. Chu Anlin, you are really cool. Little Loli Gubiobo said excitedly. What the hell? What is going on with this little Loli? Does she like to watch people eat stones and iron so much? Chu Anlin's mouth twitched. She didn't even know what to say. What's good? But this thing is actually a good thing for her. If it weren't for this wealthy little lowly, she wouldn't have been able to get such great benefits and obtain these precious ores. From this point of view, she still has to be grateful to him. At this moment, she felt that the energy in her body was increasing rapidly, increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was many times faster than her hard training. It can be said that this was equivalent to taking a 9-in-1 pill. The golden elixir is, generally. By the way, can you eat this cactus? Baby Goo grabbed another cactus from his body, but this was not an ordinary cactus, but a super powerful plant unique to the ancient world, the Cactus of Annihilation. Many thorns grew from this cactus. Every thorn is extremely terrifying. If it pierces the human body, it will make the person miserable, and the soul will suffer terrible pain. It is said that the jailer of hell also found the Nirvana cactus, pulled out the thorns on it, and then refined it. It was made into a torture instrument, specially designed to punish the evil ghosts in the Hell Ghost realm. Click, click, click. Chu Anlin had no expression on his face and reached out to take it. Without any nonsense, he started eating like this, ignoring the instructions above. It's like eating a delicious cake. For her who is the Book of Devouring, the mere Cactus of Annihilation can't do anything to her. Wow, you really can eat anything. By the way, can you also eat the feces of this animal? Gu Baobao's eyes lit up and he pointed at the animal excrement on the ground, which seemed to be horse dung. She wanted Chu Anlin to eat that stuff too.
Oh.
The corner of Chu Anlin's mouth twitched. What on earth was this little lowly thinking? She actually let herself eat feces. Although she can eat it, who is sick in the head and eats that stuff? All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1534. Hearing this, Gu Baobao suddenly became more excited. It seemed that the other party could not eat everything. She groped around for a while and wanted to take out more things for Chu Anlin to eat. Stop. What else do you want to do? I'm warning you in advance, I don't want to eat anything. A bunch of black lines appeared on Chu Anlin's forehead. Although she also wanted to swallow those precious ores, the problem was that the 5-color sacred stone and the purple gold black iron had brought her extremely huge benefits. If she wanted to digest these benefits, it will take a long time. After all, she has just ascended to the fairy world. Her strength has not improved much, and her digestion ability actually has its limits. If she continues to eat, she will definitely suffer from indigestion. Then eat it tomorrow. Baby Gu rolled his eyes and decided to feed Chu Anlin tomorrow. After all, she doesn't have much on her. There are too many precious ores. You can pick up a lot of them casually. Why do you keep following me? We just met by chance. Chu Anlin said helplessly. No reason, because you are very interesting. You can even eat stones and iron ore. You are so interesting. Gu Baobao said matter-of-factly. Interesting. Chu Anlin's mouth twitched. It was unreasonable to pester herself just because she was interesting. But she also knew that there were indeed many people with quirks in the world. It is not surprising that people. Don't you have anything to do? Chu Anlin tried to dissuade her with all her heart.
Matter?
There is one thing that needs to be done, and that is to find my eldest brother, Gu Xixiang. Gu Baobao immediately said, Ancient Xixiang? Why is this name so familiar? Could it be that he is the winner of the latest cosmic genius competition? Suddenly, Chu Anlin's face changed, and she remembered this name. After all, the Universe Genius Battle is a super event that affects the entire fairy world, and those who can become the champion are each of the proud ones of heaven, become superstars, and are favored by many immortals.
No.
Even she, who has just ascended to the immortal world, also knows the name of Gu Xixiang. This person is known as one of the 10 strongest people in the past Universe Genius Battle, and his combat power is as high as the sky. You know, there are so many geniuses in the immortal world. Countless people cannot describe the number of geniuses. Even she, Chu Anlin, dare not say that she can be among the best. But this Gu Xixiang has the ability to surpass the geniuses of the same generation. One can imagine what a terrifying monster this Gu Xixiang is. Gu Xixiang is your brother? Chu Anlin couldn't help but ask. Yes, do you know him? Gu Baobao's eyes lit up. I know him, he doesn't know me. Chu Anlin rolled her eyes and said, Let's do this. I'll take you to find him, and then you can leave obediently, okay? She decided to send this follower away as soon as possible, otherwise she would not be able to do many things, especially with this little lowly following her, and the devouring book would not even dare to speak. Okay, you help me find my brother, then I will leave. But do you know where my brother is? Baby Goo nodded. I don't know, but there will definitely be a lot of news about celebrities like this on the internet. Once they appear, we can immediately follow them. Chu Anlin said. She was like this at the beginning. She was targeted by countless forces and was nicknamed the Devil. As a result, no matter where she went, she would be found by countless spies. This is the trouble of being a celebrity, but her troubles are getting a little bigger. There are people chasing her everywhere. I see. Bao Goo nodded. She looked confused and obviously didn't understand what the other person was talking about. But we want to go so far away and need a lot of money to take the teleportation array. Do you have enough money? Chu Anlin looked at Gu Baobao. What is money? Gu Baobao looked confused. It's something where you can buy a lot of treasures.
Chu Anlan et lai.
Bought a treasure? Do treasures need to be purchased? Didn't they all fall from the sky or be picked up on the roadside? Sometimes it even falls into your room on its own initiative. Bao Gu was even more confused. According to her experience, treasures usually fall from the sky. There is no need to buy them at all. Sometimes they even fall directly into her room. To be honest, her room always gets messed up. It's such a mess, and I've been scolded by my mother many times. Normal people need to buy all their treasures. The corner of Chu Anlin's mouth twitched. She didn't know how to explain to this little Lolita that normal people would have treasures falling from the sky every day. Isn't this nonsense? But she knew that this little Lolita in front of her was indeed, she is a freak. Treasures really fall from the sky for her to pick up every day. She is completely stunned. She has lived for so many years and has never seen anyone so lucky. Money is really just pick it up. To be honest, telling someone who can pick up money and treasures every day that it is difficult to make money is really heartbreaking, and I don't know how to explain this kind of thing. Yeah? So how can we get this so-called money?
Goo.
Bao asked curiously. Well, I usually go to work. Sometimes I can go to a ruins cave to try my luck. There are also some evil-doing people who go to rob, and so on. Chu Anlin planned to start explaining.
Wow.
In an instant, the void suddenly split open, and a crack in the void appeared. Then a large number of fairy stones fell from the sky, piled up into a hill, and exuded unparalleled aura. Is this money? Gu Baobao blinked, looked at Chu Anlin very innocently, and expressed his doubts. It's money indeed. Chu Anlin covered her face with her hands. She was speechless. She can still pick up money. Is there any justice in this world? Will it give ordinary people like them a way to live? They can lose money in this way. God is her boss. Dad, taking care of her like this. Haha, if you say that, wouldn't we be able to take that teleportation ride? It seems that money is not so difficult to make, and occasionally it will fall from the sky. Baby Goo was very excited and couldn't wait to ask. It is indeed possible, and it is more than enough. Enough for us to spend as much as we want. Chu Anlin said with certainty. To be honest, even if she has worked hard in the fairy world for hundreds of years, I'm afraid she can't compare with the money this little lowly picked up in one day. She can't explain why such a thing happened. That's ridiculous. It's totally against common sense. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Bao Gu pulled Chu Anlin and urged her to get on the road as soon as possible. All right. Chu Anlin has no choice. It seems that she can only accompany this little lowly to find her brother before she can completely get rid of this little trouble. Otherwise, she will be followed by this little lowly all the time. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1535. At this time, the headquarters of Universe Virtual Network Company in Fairyland. Gu Shixiang, Han Qing, and other people selected through the Cosmic Genius Battle have all gathered together and arrived on a spaceship. Thousands of geniuses selected from all over the fairy world have finally gathered. Look, it seems that is the Gu Shixiang who won the first place in this competition. This is the undisputed #1. It is too powerful. To be honest, I fought with him on a virtual network, and I was beaten to death in just an instant. I had no idea when the other party made his move. It is indeed too powerful. To be honest, I thought he was an old monster from somewhere, just pretending to be a young man, otherwise it would not make sense at all. Stop dreaming. This is the Universe Virtual Network Company. How could anyone hide this from them? If it was really an old monster, he would be caught in a flash. Of course I knew this, but I didn't expect it to look so small, and I didn't know where this ancient Xixiang came from or what its background was. No matter what background he had before, whether he was weak or strong, just relying on his strength and qualifications, he will be the backstage of countless people in the future, and one person can form a clan. That's right. We, the geniuses, no matter what background we need, we are our biggest background and our biggest backstage. Many geniuses were talking about it, and all of them were arrogant and disdainful of their background. But it is true that they are all the geniuses who were selected from thousands of times and fought their way out of the siege among billions of immortals. Throughout the whole, the ranking of the fairy world has entered 1,000. It is conceivable that their talents are definitely not comparable to ordinary geniuses. Now they are proud of their family, then the family will be proud of them in the future. And they also have such absolute self-confidence. As expected, Gu Shixiang became the focus of the crowd. Han Qing was very emotional. He looked at Gu Shixiang, who was enjoying delicious food next to him. Although he could be regarded as a genius, he still didn't know how far behind he was compared to such a monster. If he had to, in comparison, Gu Shixiang is on the same level, and others are also divided into several levels. Be careful. Many of these guys have magical books. At this time, the Book of Dan contacted Han Qing on the Cosmic Virtual Network. This was the result of several experiments. Although Gu Shixiang was around, it could not chat with Han Qing through telepathy, but it could log in to the cosmos. In the virtual network, you can register an account. As long as you add Han Qing's account, you can chat with Han Qing via text on the virtual network. Of course, this is very troublesome and far less convenient than spiritual transmission, but with Gu Shixiang in this place, I don't want to reveal any information about myself at all. The host of the Book of Supernatural Powers? Sure enough, I am not the only one who is lucky in this world. There are many people. Han Qing's eyes flashed, and he casually looked at some people in the crowd. They were either enthusiastic, calm, arrogant, or crazy. In short, these geniuses all have their own personalities and are outstanding. However, obviously, all of these people who have the Book of Magical Powers are very quiet, looking at Gu Shixiang with great fear, and now they have become extremely low-key, and they don't dare to chat with the Book of Magical Powers on their bodies. It's like a tiger suddenly appeared. It's the same as a group of sheep. They were so scared that they didn't dare to make any big moves, lest they attract the attention of the tiger and make themselves miserable for 8 lifetimes. Book of Alchemy. I wonder if you don't know who is the host of the Book of Magical Powers here? Han Qing asked. Some are aware of it, but some are not very clear about it and hide it deeply. The Book of Dan said in a deep voice. For example, Chen Rulong is the owner of the Book of Dragons, Luo Wen is the owner of the Book of Swords, Tang Tian is the owner of the Book of Swords, etc. But now that I know their identity, they may also know your identity. They may be well-intentioned, or they may be hostile. They must not be taken lightly. Don't the books of supernatural powers also have a different relationship with each other? Han Qing asked. Some relationships are good, and some relationships are bad. Just like you humans, don't you humans all have good relationships and won't betray each other or stab each other in the back? The Book of Dan asked rhetorically. Makes sense.
Han Qing nodded.
It is indeed the case. If the Book of Supernatural Powers is regarded as a race is so huge that it is impossible for everyone to have a good relationship. Even if there are 40 or 50 people in a class, they will have a good relationship. There are only a few people, and it is impossible for everyone in the class to have a good relationship like old friends. The same is true for the Book of Supernatural Powers, and we haven't seen each other for many years. Because of various interests, who knows what the other person will become? What does it look like? What is the plan? But you don't need to worry now. With Gu Shixiang here, they don't dare to act rashly. This is probably one of the advantages. Dan Jishu said helplessly. Although it is very dangerous to stay next to the monster Gu Shixiang, it is like walking a tightrope on a cliff, but to a certain extent, it can be regarded as protecting them. After all, there is such a monster, and those with magical powers, the owner of the book will still maintain peace on the surface, and will not take the initiative or attack secretly. Instead, he will be friendly, just like an old friend he has not seen for many years. Benefits. Han Qing was very helpless. He would rather not have this benefit than have a light on his back all day long, for fear that if something was wrong with him, Gu Shixiang would discover it. But why are you so worried about other owners of magical books? Why are they attacking us? Han Qing asked. Our strengths may be almost the same. There shouldn't be much benefit in attacking us. Not much good? How naive. A book of magical powers has allowed you, a mortal, to grow to such an extent. You have even passed the universe genius battle and will surely ascend to the divine realm in the future. Isn't this a big benefit? This is true for just one book of magical powers. What if someone gets 2 or even 3 books of magical powers? The Book of Dan sneered. 3 magical books? Can anyone get so many magical books? Hearing this, Han Qing was immediately surprised. He immediately knew the seriousness of the matter. Just one book of magical powers is so powerful. If someone gets 2 or even more books of magical powers, how powerful would that be? Of course, a person does not only recognize one book of magical powers. If he is strong enough, he will be recognized by many books of magical powers. The Book of Dan said in a deep voice, I have received news that some owners of books of magical powers already have 2 or 3 more books of magical powers in their hands, or even more, and their strength has increased to a terrifying level. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1536. Well, the more magical books you have, the more powerful you will be? Han Qing couldn't help but ask. This is not necessarily the case. The Book of Dan shook his head. To be honest, it still has something to do with people. If you are strong enough, you can be invincible even if you only have a book of magical powers. But if everyone is of the same level, then naturally the more books of supernatural powers you have, the stronger you will be. After all, there are many people, and it is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. Indeed. Han Qing also admitted this. In fact, the vast majority of people are just ordinary people. In this case, the more magic weapons you have, the more powerful you will be. This is unquestionable. Not everyone is like Gu Shixiang, but an unimaginably strong man. If this is the case, how many books of supernatural powers can one hold to compete with the ancient Shixiang? Suddenly, Han Qing thought of this. If he collects a large number of books of magical powers, he might be able to compete with Gu Shixiang. Even if his identity as possessing the Book of Magical Powers is leaked, he will not worry about being tricked by Gu Shi. The elephant is dead. Well, to be honest, I have never seen him attack with all his strength, but I can roughly estimate that if you are barehanded and have 200 to 300 books of magical power, you may be able to beat him to a tie. The Book of Dan thought for a while and gave a piece of data. That's ridiculous. Is the gap between him and me so big? Do you have to hold 200 to 300 books of magical powers to be able to tie with him? And even with bare hands? Han Qing's face turned green. Although he knew that there was a big gap between himself and Gu Shixiang, he didn't expect that the gap would reach this point. He thought it was amazing to get 2 or 3 books of magical powers. He wanted to get hundreds of books of magical powers. Book, that is simply a foolish dream. Haha. The gap between you and him is many times greater than imagined, and only with the blessing of the Book of Magical Powers can we have a certain degree of countervailing power. If he really takes out the magic weapon on his body, it is estimated that no matter how many books of magical powers are put together, he may not be his opponent. Dan Jishu said helplessly. You don't know how terrifying his power is. There is no upper limit to his power. The next second is more powerful than the previous second. He can also break through in battle and instantly copy the enemy's strength. As long as you have seen the enemy perform a move once, you can use it instantly, and it can even become more powerful and introduce new ones. Moreover, he also has an immortal body. Even if he is beaten to pieces with only fragments left, he can regenerate quickly. Moreover, every time he is seriously injured, his combat power will increase several times after the injury is recovered. Damn it! It really is a monster. Hearing this, Han Qing wanted to curse, and his face turned completely green. What kind of qualification is this? He can instantly learn the enemy's moves. A move that the enemy has used once will be useless next time. And he also has immortality. He has a body that can break through in battle. He has never seen such a monster in his life. Is this little shot really the cub of the Chaos Demon God? In short, you should not provoke this kind of monster. No matter how many books of supernatural powers you get, don't be arrogant. To be honest, if he wasn't so perverted, we wouldn't be so afraid and wouldn't dare to make a sound, even in the entire Six Paths universe. Among them, there are countless monsters throughout the ages, and his qualifications can also be ranked in the top 10. The Book of Dan. It is indeed a monster on a cosmic level. Han Qing has given up completely. There is no comparison between humans and monsters. Fortunately, he is not the kind of person with a strong fighting spirit. He just wants to achieve immortality and see the scenery after immortality. He does not want to let himself his combat power is at its strongest. After all, he is essentially just an alchemist. Did he really not show his true strength during the previous battle between the geniuses of a universe? Han Qing asked. The Book of Pills said speechlessly. Not only did he not use his true strength, in fact, like me, more than 99% of his strength has been sealed. If he burst out with all his strength, even the immortal world would not be able to bear him. The aftermath of power. Damn it! How could such a monster appear in the fairy world? It should appear in the divine world. By the way, he came here specifically to arrest you. Han Qing's mouth twitched, and he said that he was considered a genius. How could he be so different from the other party? It turned out to be a super monster descended from the gods. No wonder the gap was so big. He also suddenly thought of why the fairy world appeared. This kind of monster must be here to capture a super-standard magic weapon like the Book of Magical Powers. Otherwise, the other party would not be able to come down to the immortal world with nothing to do. Yes, otherwise, why would we be so afraid? Anyway, be careful and don't reveal any flaws. Dan Jishu said, but fortunately, you won't spend too long with him. After entering the headquarters of the Universe Virtual Company, you will be separated temporarily, and you'll be safe by then.
Boom tilde tilde.
At this moment, a virtual projection suddenly appeared on the spaceship, and then a middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. He was filled with endless pressure. It seemed that as soon as he appeared, the entire time and space stopped. It was simply terrifying. All the geniuses felt an unparalleled pressure. Even through the screen, they could feel the tyranny of the middle-aged man in front of them. I am your guide this time. You can call me Red-Beard Immortal. The middle-aged man said.
What?
Red-bearded Immortal Lord? In an instant, the expressions of Han Qing and others changed. A person with the title of Immortal Lord has already reached the realm of Quasi-Sage, and is only one step away from it. Being able to ascend to the God realm, this person is already an extremely powerful person in the fairy world. Moreover, he is also a quasi-sage of the Universe Virtual Company. It is conceivable that his strength far exceeds that of ordinary quasi-sages. He is not a powerful existence that ordinary quasi-sages can compare with. You are all the geniuses selected in this cosmic genius battle, so I don't need to talk too much with you. This time we are going to the headquarters of the Cosmic Virtual Company. Akasu Immortal Lord said, but because our company's headquarters is in a special place, even the teleportation array cannot reach it. Only a spaceship can drive in, so I will let you come here on a spaceship. Headquarters of Universe, Virtual Company. Hearing this, Han Qing and others' eyes flashed. They were very impressed by the reputation of the superpower of Universe, Virtual Company. After all, the Universe Virtual Network is managed by this company. As a super organization that spans the entire universe, how secretive and powerful its fairyland headquarters is, immediately aroused the interest of Han Qing and others. After all, the headquarters of such a transcendent organization must be extremely extraordinary. Thinking of this, they are also looking forward to their future life. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1537. A few days later, the spacecraft finally arrived at the headquarters of Universe, Virtual Company. Here we are. In front of us is the headquarters of our Universe, Virtual Company. At this moment, the red-beard Immortal said, pointing to the area in front. What? As soon as these words came out, Han Qing and other geniuses immediately looked over, and immediately they saw a vast whirlpool of chaos appearing in front of them, with a diameter of more than 100 million light-years. This chaotic vortex rotates slowly, producing a terrifying suction force. It seems that even light cannot escape this terrifying suction force. This chaotic vortex is like a black hole. To be honest, if it wasn't this spaceship is extremely special. It may have been swallowed up by this chaotic vortex, and it was instantly crushed into debris by the terrifying gravity. What is this? This is a black hole, right? Is the headquarters of Universe Virtual Company located inside a black hole? A prodigy's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had seen many special celestial bodies, but he had never seen such a terrifying celestial body. This is somewhat similar to the black hole in the legend, but it is not the same. Like a black hole, very strange. The headquarters of the Universe Virtual Company is inside, but this celestial body is not a black hole. It is an initial universe. The red-bearded Immortal Lord said in a deep voice. Initial universe? Han Qing and others were stunned for a moment. They were a little unclear about what Red-Beard Immortal Master was talking about. A group of little guys, you are still young, and it is normal for you not to know what the initial universe is. In fact, at the beginning, the whole world was not what you see now. Red-Beard Immortal Lord smiled slightly. In the distant ancient times, there were densely packed universes. These universes were large and small. The place where countless universes spread was called the Cosmic Sea. Planets have life, and the world has a lifespan. In fact, the original universe also had a lifespan, but its lifespan was unimaginably long, so ordinary people think that the lifespan of the universe is endless. The universe also has a lifespan. There were many universes in the ancient times. At that time, they were still called the Cosmic Sea. Hearing these words, Han Qing and others were simply eye-opening. They didn't expect that they had just joined the universe. It's just a virtual company, and I have heard so many secrets. If you are in the outside world, it is impossible to know these secrets. Only by becoming a member of this superpower can you have the opportunity to hear these things. Han Qing was also secretly grateful. Fortunately, he participated in the Cosmic Genius War and became a member of the 3 super forces. This would be of great benefit to his future development. After all, there is a huge difference between those with background and those without. Different places. Does the universe also have a lifespan? Could it be that our six-path universe will also run out of life and enter a state of death? One Tianjiao couldn't help but ask. Other Tianjiao also looked at Red-Beard Immortal. If the lifespan of the six-path universe comes to an end, then all the creatures in the six-path universe will die together. At that time, it may be the real end of the world. Haha, if it were the ancient times, maybe he would really die, but a great being appeared in our six-path universe, swallowing up the entire endless universe of the cosmic sea and realizing the unification of the universe. Red-Beard Immortal Lord smiled slightly. So the Six Paths universe has become an unprecedented super-universe, an eternal universe. It no longer has the trouble of lifespan and will not die like those original universes when their lifespan is exhausted. Swallowed countless universes. Great existence. Hearing this, many geniuses were shocked. What kind of existence could actually do such a thing, making the universe have an endless lifespan? It is really unbelievable. They can't imagine it. Seeing how terrifying these existences are and at what heights they stand, I'm afraid they are not even as good as a speck of dust on each other's bodies. As for who that great being is, even I don't know, and I can't say his name. Once I say it, I will definitely encounter an unpredictable disaster. Don't say the names of those great beings casually, otherwise you are bound to encounter terrible misfortune. This is a taboo. Do you understand? Red-Bearded Immortal Lord said seriously. Yes, Red-Bearded Immortal Lord. Han Qing and other geniuses are extremely awe-inspiring. There is such a terrifying existence in the world. Just hearing the other person's name or speaking the other person's name will cause unimaginable disasters. This is something they have no way of contacting in the human world. Taboo. The water in the fairyland is many times deeper than imagined. This is a bit off topic. Let's talk about this initial universe first. Red-Bearded Immortal Master stroked his beard and continued. As you just knew, the universe has a lifespan limit, so there are differences between the initial universe, the growth period universe, the mature period universe, and the decline period universe. The headquarters of our cosmic virtual network is in an initial universe.
What?
Han Qing and others' eyes widened, and they were shocked. After hearing the previous explanation, they finally knew what a magical place they had come to. They actually came to a new universe. It was really incredible. Akashi Immortal, didn't you say that all universes were swallowed up by the Six Paths universe? How could a new universe appear? Yu Tianjiao couldn't help but ask. This is a good question. The new universe is not born naturally, but the senior boss of the universe virtual company personally descends to the fairy world, opens up a new initial universe, and provides it to us as our headquarters. The red-bearded immortal lord smiled slightly. The top boss of the universe virtual company personally created an initial universe. Hearing this, Han Qing and other geniuses were stunned. What a terrifying thing the universe is. It is a world more advanced than the world. Can this kind of world be opened up casually? But the universe virtual company, there is such a powerful person at the top who can even open up the universe easily? This is really unbelievable. Okay, without further ado, let's go into the initial universe and let you experience the mystery of the initial universe. Then you will know why the great masters of our universe virtual company will personally take action to open up an initial universe for us. This is why you join us. The biggest opportunity for universe virtual company. Red-Beard Immortal Lord said.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, the spacecraft shook slightly and flew towards the chaotic vortex in an instant. Stop. In an instant, a chaotic sound suddenly sounded, breaking into the depths of the spacecraft in an instant, vibrating and roaring continuously inside the spacecraft. Hearing the pressure contained in this sound, Han Qing and other geniuses are all trembling, almost paralyzed, feeling extremely frightened in their hearts, with almost no resistance. What can't be helped is that they are just human beings. Facing the great existence of the universe virtual company, if the other party does not restrain their aura, I am afraid that just one thought can make them disappear. After all, a genius is just a genius. If he is not grown up, he is still nothing. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1538. It's me, red-bearded Immortal Lord. Chishu's current voice came over, and it seemed to turn into the sound of chaos and spread directly to the outside world. It turned out to be fellow Taoist Chishu. Why did he suddenly feel so free and relaxed that he went to receive a group of little guys? In the chaotic vortex, there was also a sound, which seemed to be very cheerful. It's just that I took on a mission along the way, and I can also earn points, so why not do it? Redbeard Immortal Lord said, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll send these little guys inside first. I'll have a drink with you later. Okay. The voice replied.
Boom tilde tilde tilde.
Suddenly, a huge bronze portal appeared in the chaotic whirlpool, which seemed to be connected to a void passage, and the spacecraft immediately flew in, extremely fast. What exactly is going on? It feels wrong. Damn, headache, dizziness. What on earth happened? In an instant, the expressions of thousands of geniuses changed drastically, and they all felt dizzy, as if someone had hit them hard on the head. It hurt like hell. They tried to open their eyes, but they couldn't. Can't see clearly what's going on around me. Everyone, don't worry. We are now in the passage between the initial universe and the six-path universe. The Red-Beard Immortal laughed, seeming to be very proud of his prank. The reason why he did not tell these geniuses about these changes in advance was because he wanted to see this scene. After all, it would make a group of geniuses embarrassed. This is a rare scene. Because the time flow speeds in the initial universe and the six paths universe are different, it will cause extremely chaotic time and space flow speeds in the void passage. If your mental power is not strong enough, it will probably be very uncomfortable. Indeed, this is true. All of the thousands of geniuses have splitting headaches. Few of them can even stand firm. Most of the geniuses have collapsed on the ground, almost losing their fighting ability. Damn it, is this the confusion of time and space? It's countless times more uncomfortable than taking any form of transportation. Han Qing also had a splitting headache. Although he could barely stand, he couldn't see anything clearly. Haha, interesting, really interesting. Is this what it feels like to be confused in time and space? It is said that in the past, when the technology of spaceships was not very developed, every spacecraft entering a speed several times the speed of light would cause time and space chaos. At that time, taking a spaceship was a very difficult thing. Everyone sitting together would suffer from vomiting and diarrhea, vowing never to fly on a spaceship again. Dan Jishu laughed loudly and seemed very excited. However, with the gradual development of science and technology, the spaceship technology has solved the problem of time and space confusion so that people on the spaceship will no longer feel dizzy. I originally thought that this kind of thing would basically disappear in the Six Paths universe, but I didn't expect that there are some special places that can cause space-time chaos. It felt that it was really an eye-opener. Sure enough, reading thousands of books is not as good as walking thousands of miles. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the feeling of time and space seemed to gradually disappear. Han Qing and others gradually regained consciousness. He looked around. I found a lot of geniuses lying on the ground. Many of these geniuses were foaming at the mouth and crying. They looked very miserable. But there was only one person who looked normal, and that was Gu Shixiang. The space was chaotic just now. The feeling did not affect him. He was still eating the food on the table comfortably, as if he had not felt anything just now. This monster. Han Qing was speechless. Even the cosmic phenomenon of time and space disorder could not do anything to him. Sure enough, he was still. You can't compare yourself to this monster. Otherwise you will definitely be pissed off. Okay, we have entered the initial universe. The red-bearded Immortal Lord smiled slightly. Initial universe. Here we are. I don't know what the so-called initial universe looked like. I'm really curious. My ancestor once said that the original universe is an extremely precious, holy land. Even the quasi-sage level immortals want to spend a lot of money to enter it and gain enlightenment, but I don't know why. It's a place that even quasi-sages are eager to enter, and they may not be able to get in by spending money. Now, we rookies can go in? It's incredible. This is the benefit of the Cosmic Genius War. Otherwise, why are so many geniuses in the fairy world trying their best to join the three transcendent forces? Many geniuses were talking about it, and they all looked outside in unison. Suddenly, they saw the scene outside the spaceship.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, Han Qing and others were shocked. They saw everything outside. The chaotic airflow was gray, and there was no sunlight at all. But they felt that the chaotic space seemed to be cracked, and dense cracks appeared, cutting the chaotic void into countless pieces. Strange voids one after another. Cracks appear in this chaotic void, like a big net of laws, covering every corner of the chaotic void. And these strange void cracks seem to be flowing with strange silver-white secret patterns, containing profound and unfathomable secrets. The unpredictable message seems to contain all the secrets of the law. My heaven, the law. This is the law of heaven and earth, the law of the Great Road. The Book of Dan almost couldn't help shouting, but it still held back because Gu Shixiang was right next to it, so it had no choice but to risk its life to send a message to Han Qing on the Cosmic Virtual Network. The laws of heaven and earth? Are these secret patterns the legendary laws of heaven and earth? Han Qing was stunned. He had long heard that the cultivation of immortals is actually to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. The more laws that can be comprehended, the stronger the cultivation. The problem is that he has never seen any laws that are so clear and unmistakable. Appeared in front of him. Blah blah. The spaceship was advancing slowly, and from time to time he saw cracks in the void, and saw strange lines of law, exuding unfathomable auras and secrets. The other geniuses are nothing. Simple things. Naturally, they immediately recognized what these things were in front of them. Everyone was extremely shocked, and a huge wave was set off in their hearts. It seems that you also know what these things are. Indeed, as you think in your hearts, these are the laws of heaven and earth, even the laws of the Great Road. Redbeard Immortal Lord smiled slightly. I believe you also know that the universe also has a lifespan, with 4 cycles of initialization, growth, maturity, and decline. Now is the most initial state of the universe, that is, it is at the beginning of the universe. The Chaos Demon God has just been born, and the universe is in a state of continuous improvement and formation. It is precisely because the universe is still in the process of continuous improvement that these original laws of the universe will be revealed to the outside, and the secret patterns that continue to emerge from the cracks in the chaotic void are various original laws. This. Han Qing and others couldn't help but swallowed their saliva. They were all shocked and dumbfounded. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1539. You should also know that the six-path universe we live in is a vast, huge, perfect, and infinite universe. Red-bearded Immortal Lord smiled slightly and looked at everyone. However, it is precisely because the Six Paths universe is so perfect that all laws are hidden in the void and the laws cannot be revealed. Therefore, it is very difficult to perceive the laws of heaven and earth. It requires extremely high soul talent to perceive the existence of the laws of heaven and earth. But in the initial universe, there is no need to use your heart to understand it. Even with the naked eye, you can directly observe various original laws and great laws. In the process of the initial formation of the universe, how the laws were integrated, how they operated, and how the universe was formed. Observing this can help you lay the supreme foundation and have further hope. So you should also know how lucky you are. If you are an outsider, you have to pay a huge price if you want to understand the initial universe, and you may not be able to succeed. After all, the number of places is limited. But as the official members of the Universe Virtual Company, you have 3 opportunities to comprehend the initial universe. Each opportunity to comprehend is extremely precious. Han Qing and others suddenly realized that it turned out that these quasi-sages still stayed in the immortal world and did not break through and ascend, just to strengthen their foundation so that after they ascended, their foundation would be stronger. Of course, there is another very important reason, that is, only in our fairy world does the initial universe exist. Redbeard Immortal Lord continued, staying in the initial universe, you can easily understand the laws of heaven and earth, and even the laws of the Great Road. This is extremely important for a saint. Why is it that only our fairyland has an initial universe?
Someone asked.
Very simply, that's because the laws of the divine world are so powerful that even higher-level beings cannot open up an initial universe. Even if they reluctantly open up, they will be quickly assimilated by the power of the 6 Paths universe. Redbeard Immortal Lord explained, only a world like the fairy world, where the power of laws is slightly weaker, can open up a stable initial universe, so only the fairy world can have a secret place like the initial universe. It is precisely because of this that even the saints in the divine world are trying their best to come to the fairy world, hoping to use the power of the original universe to understand the laws of the Great Road. The problem is that it costs a huge price to go from the divine world to the fairy world. For ordinary saints, it is almost impossible to bear such a huge price. Because of this, for the sake of the future, many quasi-sages stay in the fairy world one by one in order not to miss the opportunity of the initial universe, and will not break through and ascend unless they can no longer suppress it. This. Han Qing and others were shocked. They did not expect that even the saints in the God realm would covet the initial universe. They would rather pay a huge price to go down to earth to understand it. They immediately knew what the initial universe was. It is a precious secret realm. I am afraid that any monk would want to come to such a holy place to practice. The benefits are really too great. One can imagine how much benefit they have gained by joining the Universe Virtual Company. This is indeed it is equivalent to an unimaginable opportunity. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1542. By the way, first of all, I have to tell you that in fact there is a huge time flow rate gap between the original universe and the original universe. One day in the original universe is equivalent to the past 100 years of the original universe. Red-bearded Immortal Lord looked at Han Qing and others and said, so you can only stay in the initial universe for 10,000 years, which is about 100 days in the outside world. 10,000 years. Hearing this, many geniuses were happy and regretful. After all, they knew how precious the initial universe was, and it was definitely an unimaginable holy land for cultivation. If they could stay in this place to practice all the time, if so, they can't even imagine how high their cultivation will be. Maybe they will be able to ascend to the God realm in a short time. However, they also feel very happy. After all, they have stayed for a full 10,000 years. Knowing how much benefit they will get, this is already a huge opportunity. Especially those immortals who ascended from the human world. Their total cultivation time is only a few hundred years or maybe thousands of years. They can stay in the original universe for 10,000 years. The time is already an unimaginably long time. After all, they're still relatively young immortals now. If they get it for a little longer, they will not feel that a mere 10,000 years is a very long time. No wonder the geniuses who came out of the Universe Virtual Company have undergone earth-shaking changes in their strength even in the past few months. It turns out that the flow of time is so amazing. It has only been 100 days in the outside world, but they have been practicing for thousands of years in the original universe. Dan Jishu said with emotion. To be honest, with such an astonishing speed of time, it is completely possible to create a group of geniuses in a short time. Within a few months, they can be promoted from the realm of human immortals to golden immortals, or even the realm of Daluo golden immortals. Of course, the resources consumed by doing this are also quite staggering, and it is impossible to do this indefinitely, but if it is just to cultivate a group of geniuses, it is still no problem. Sure enough, it was right to join the Universe virtual company. In just 3 months, one's cultivation level has improved to an unimaginable level. The organization that controls the flow of time is really terrifying. Han Qing was also amazed. Now he feels more and more how lucky he is to join the Universe virtual company. If there is a super organization behind him, he will have no scruples no matter what he does. Lord Akasu, if 10,000 years are over, will we still have a chance to enter the original universe again? One of the geniuses couldn't help but ask. Of course there is. Redbeard Immortal Lord smiled slightly. If you get enough mission contributions from the company, you can use your contributions to redeem the time to enter the initial universe. In fact, many top experts in the company use their contributions to return to the initial universe. A long journey of practice in the universe. In addition, if your cultivation is strong enough and your contribution is sufficient, you can even become a permanent resident of the original universe, and you can enter the original universe at will in the future. What? As soon as these words came out, Han Qing and others were shocked. Permanent residents of the initial universe? What an amazing qualification this is. Others need a lot of contribution to have a certain amount of time to enter the initial universe to practice. But some people can become permanent residents. There is no doubt that this is an unimaginable privilege. How can I become a permanent resident? Someone couldn't help but ask. Well, you don't need to understand this for now. Let's talk about it after you are promoted to Quasi-Sage. If you have not been promoted to the realm of Quasi-Sage, you have not stepped into this threshold. Qishu Xianzuan doesn't want to talk about such distant matters. Anyway, it's a trivial matter. After these geniuses are promoted to quasi-sages, they will naturally understand the relevant matters. Yes. Many geniuses nodded. They also understood the meaning of the other party's words. Obviously, the other party did not want them to be too ambitious. After all, their cultivation level is low now, so it is better to focus on cultivation. By the way, although there are not many rules in Taichu City, there is still one important rule, that is, you must not take action in Taichu City. This is an absolutely safe place of practice. Any battle between immortals will cause a certain degree of damage to this place of practice. Of destruction. Redbeard Immortal Lord said seriously. So, if any of you dares to fight in private here, you'll be sentenced at least to death, and at worst, you will be executed directly. You must pay attention to this. You are not allowed to do anything in any case, regardless of the other party's level of cultivation. He stared at Han Qing and other talented people very seriously. Yes, Lord Akashi. Han Qing and others nodded seriously. They are just rookies. Naturally, they have to obey each other's rules. Otherwise, if they violate unknown taboos in such a dangerous place, they will die without knowing how. Okay, come with me into town. Red-bearded Immortal Lord smiled slightly.
Wow.
Suddenly, Han Qing and others quickly came to a vast city on this endless land, and this city did not have any walls, because there was no need for walls at all. The super defense system outside this chaotic land alone is enough to resist all enemies, so no walls are built in the city inside. However, although there is no city wall, high-rise buildings one after another, residential buildings one after another, and commercial streets one after another have been built. At this moment, there are countless immortals living in Taichu City, and every immortal is unparalleled. They have at least reached the realm of Daluo Jinxian, and most of them are powerful people at the quasi-sage level. Everyone exudes an amazing aura, which is frightening. So many strong people. A young genius was stunned. You must know that most of the immortals in the outside world are only in the human immortal realm, and only a few can break through to the earthly immortal realm and the heavenly immortal realm. As for the Daluo Jinxian, there are already very few powerful people at the level of quasi-sage. Xiao, it can be regarded as the kind of dragon that sees its tail, but never its head. It is basically impossible to see it. But in Taichu City, there are strong men of this level everywhere, which is really amazing. Haha, this is also normal. After all, it is so difficult to enter the original universe, and the price required is beyond the imagination of ordinary immortals. Therefore, the immortals who can enter the initial universe are basically Daluo Jinxian. The red-beard immortal smiled slightly. Some immortals have accumulated enough contributions, so they can stay in the original universe for tens or millions of years, so they are almost the same as the residents here. At this point, he paused and said, I will take you to the residential area of Taichu City first. You will live there for the next 10,000 years. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1543. Not long after, red-bearded Immortal Lord took Hanqing and others to a residential area in Taichu City. This is where the geniuses of all generations have lived. Okay, the area here is huge, so the house is quite spacious. You can choose a villa as your residence. However, once you select it, you cannot change it because the security system of this villa will directly interact with the villa. Your identity is tied to your genetic information. Unless you leave the initial universe, it will not be released. Red-beard Immortal Lord said, Akasa-sama, is there anything special about choosing a villa? Hearing this, Hanqing's heart moved. He seemed to hear the implication of the words of the red-bearded immortal. The eyes of other geniuses flickered. Obviously, they also thought of this. Otherwise, the red-bearded immortal would not remind him like this. Yes, it seems you are somewhat smart. Red-bearded Immortal Lord touched his beard and smiled slightly. In fact, these residential buildings are also famous places in Taichu City, and they can be called an important treasure place. I believe you also know that the people who enter the initial universe are basically the most talented people, a generation of strong men. They enter the initial universe just to practice and realize the Tao. These places are the residences where many powerful people once lived. When they were practicing, they would occasionally have a burst of spiritual light, leaving a lot of cultivation insights from their residences and even creating top-secret techniques. Accumulated from generation to generation, these residences have left behind countless top secrets and insights from top experts. These insights are naturally of great benefit to ordinary immortals. Of course, these insights may not be of much benefit to you. After all, it is not a system and is often just a piece of cake. But even so, there will always be some special insights that will be of great benefit to you. Even if you are very lucky and choose a residence with a peerless heritage, then it is equivalent to getting a free peerless secret method, which is equivalent to a huge adventure. However, there are actually very few residences with such peerless heritage, so it still depends on your luck. If you are lucky, you will get it. If you are not lucky, you'll get nothing. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Hanqing and others suddenly lit up, as bright as light bulbs. They all understood what the red-beard immortal meant. Obviously, these residences contain the secrets passed down by generations of strong men. If someone has good luck, and which house has left more inherited secrets, then whoever has more benefits will get greater benefits. If someone has bad luck, then he will not get anything. Everything depends on the individual's luck. Who gets the best accommodation this time? Akasu Immortal smiled slightly. In fact, choosing a residence is also a test, but this is not a test of anything else, but a test of how much luck each person has. No matter how talented a person is, if there is no luck if you don't, you won't be able to have any great achievements. But if a person has extraordinary luck, even a pig can ascend to immortality. This is the importance of luck. People with great luck, no matter what they do, everything can turn out to be good. Luck. Who can be as lucky as me, Li Qiuxian? Hearing this, Xianxia next to him smiled slightly. He who owns the Book of Destiny already knows countless fates in the future. Every decision he makes is the best choice and leads to the best result. Because of the power of the Book of Destiny, when he is in the human world, he can always lead to the best results, as if he has divine help. Choosing the 7th villa is the best for your future and the most suitable residence for you. The Book of Destiny immediately gave guidance. To be honest, the most suitable residence may not be the best residence, but judging from the results, it is naturally a huge good thing for Xianxia. Thinking of this, Xianxia was not satisfied. Without hesitation, he immediately chose the 7th villa. What? Everyone was shocked because Xianxia was the first person to choose a house. Others were still hesitating. After all, this was a decision related to their future life. Where? Such an easy decision always requires time to think. But Xianxia chose it directly without even thinking about it. And since the other party has already chosen, they have no way to choose this villa. Someone has already taken the lead. You actually made the choice so quickly? However, although the inheritance contained in this villa is not the best, it is indeed one of the best. It seems that Xianxia is indeed a person with extremely strong luck. As expected, he is the son of destiny as rumored. A man favored by the goddess of destiny. Redbeard Immortal's eyes showed a glimmer of light, and he was also a little surprised. The young prodigy in front of him was indeed a being favored by fate, as in the legend. Luck. I don't need that kind of thing. I, Luo1, am a swordsman. The only thing I can trust is the sword. The sword can guide me in the future direction. Luo1 squeezed the 3-foot green peak in his hand.
Boom tilde tilde tilde.
In an instant, the ubiquitous sword intent erupted from his body, seeming to resonate with countless swords from all directions, making a buzzing sound that was earth-shattering. Suddenly, deep inside one of the villas, countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. One after another sword marks were intertwined with each other, like a net of swords. The sword energy was vertical and horizontal, which made people tremble. The other geniuses were also shocked. They didn't expect such a change to happen. But Luowen did not hesitate and ignored the shock of others. He immediately walked to Villa number 17 and chose the villa with a sword to the sky as his own residence. Interestingly, although he did not choose a villa based on luck, he relied on his own sword spirit. This is his absolute strength. Even if he faces an unsatisfactory fate, he can forcefully reverse his fate. He is indeed the peerless swordsman Luowen. Red-bearded Immortal Master stroked his beard and was very satisfied in his heart. The geniuses of this generation are indeed extraordinary. They are much more powerful than the geniuses of the previous generations. This is simply a prosperous age where geniuses coexist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Luowen's actions, the other young geniuses also brightened up. They seemed to have seen how to choose a villa. Each of them released their own power and aura and began to look for a villa and inheritance that matched their own aura. Clatter. _ It didn't take long for each of the young geniuses to find a suitable residence for themselves and at the same time bound their identities so that others could not take away their residences. This residence will belong to them for at least 10,000 years. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1544. Okay, you all have chosen your own place to stay and rest here for one night. Tomorrow I will take you to the really important place in Taichu City. This is also the real purpose of your coming to the original universe. The red-bearded Immortal Lord smiled slightly. What really matters? What exactly is this place? Han Qing and other geniuses are very curious, because just being able to practice in the original universe and obtain many inheritances in the residence is an unimaginable adventure. But listening to the meaning of Akashi Immortal, it seems that this is just an appetizer. The real highlight is still to come. Haha, I originally wanted to tell you tomorrow, but since you have asked about it, there is no big problem in telling you in advance. Red-bearded Immortal Lord looked at the earnest eyes of everyone, and he stroked his beard. Then he continued, "In fact, it is an excellent opportunity to observe the laws of heaven and earth in the original universe, but the really important thing in our Taichu city is chaos. Monument. Chaos monument." As soon as these words came out, many geniuses became more and more curious. They instinctively realized that the so-called Chaos Monument was definitely an unusual treasure. Otherwise, Red-beard Immortal Lord would not pay so much attention to it. The so-called Chaos Monument is not simple. It is a cosmic-level secret treasure. It has left a direct path to the pinnacle of the avenue. As long as one can fully understand it, he will definitely become a peak powerhouse and a being that surpasses a saint. The red-bearded immortal's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Existence beyond saints? Isn't a saint the end of spiritual practice? Han Qing couldn't help but ask. No. Sainthood is not the end of spiritual practice, it is just the beginning. In fact, the divine world is not the strongest world. There is another world above the divine realm, and its name is the eternal realm. Red-beard Immortal Lord said, "In that world, there are peerless, powerful men who can be immortal forever. Each of them has fully understood the laws of the Great Road and reached an unimaginable level. Every such existence can open up the initial universe. However, strong men of this level are too rare. Each one of them stands at the pinnacle of the universe. After countless epochs, there are really very few creatures that can reach this level. Although there are many talented people in our universe virtual company, becoming a saint is already the limit. The probability of becoming a saint beyond is probably less than 1 in a billion."
What?
When Han Qing and other geniuses heard these words, they couldn't help but clench their fists. To be honest, they were able to break through the encirclement among countless geniuses and become 1,000 strong men in front. They were extremely proud in their hearts. But even so, they also know that a group of geniuses of their own level will appear every 100,000 years. You must know that the immortal world does not know how many eras have been born. Over time, there are already countless similar geniuses. It cannot be measured by numbers. But even so, with so many geniuses emerging together, there are still very few people who can become the pinnacle powerhouses that surpass saints. They can be described as only a handful. To be honest, they are also knowing that the chance of becoming a strong person of that level is very low, but they are all young geniuses. All of them have young minds, and their edges have not been eroded by time, so they will naturally aspire to become a strong person of this level. Is the Chaos Monument really so powerful? A genius couldn't help but ask. Of course it's awesome. Red-bearded Immortal Lord smiled slightly. Each Chaos Steel records a large number of mysterious patterns and mysterious patterns. Each Chaos Steel represents a path of inheritance, a path of cultivation that points directly to the pinnacle. As long as you fully understand a Chaos Monument, you will directly become a peak powerhouse that surpasses a saint. Once you reach this level, you can directly open up a universe. There are not many things in this world that you cannot do. Hearing this, Han Qing, Luo Wen, Li Qiuxian, and other young geniuses all held their breaths and were extremely excited. As long as they understand one of the Chaos Monuments, they can become the pinnacle powerhouse and even open up a universe? What exactly is this? How does it exist? I wonder how many Chaos Monuments there are in total? Another genius asked. Well, there are currently a total of 138,765 Chaos Tablets placed in our universe virtual company. Each of these Chaos Tablets were left by the top experts of our universe virtual company, and they contain the path of spiritual practice has left behind their supreme inheritance. Red-beard Immortal Lord said, "It is said that there is a city in the God realm. Its name is Chaos City. This is the strongest city in all the worlds. There are countless Chaos Monuments from ancient times to the present inside. This is the true holy land for cultivation. But you can only go to the legendary Chaos City after you ascend to the God realm." Chaos City. Han Qing and other geniuses couldn't help but clench their fists in great anticipation, their eyes showing bursts of ambition. However, although there are many chaos monuments, you can only choose one of them to comprehend, so when you go to the place where the chaos monument is tomorrow, you have to choose the chaos monument that suits you best to comprehend, and there is only one chance. You now just start getting ready. Xianxia said. A chaos monument? Many geniuses are a little disappointed. They originally thought that they could browse all the chaos monuments at will, but they didn't expect that they could only choose one chaos monument to practice. Don't think too much, as the so-called biting off more than you can chew, just a chaos monument is enough for you to benefit from and learn for a lifetime. Even a few more chaos monuments are meaningless. If there is a good inheritance, one is enough. Redbeard Immortal Lord said angrily, "These little guys are really greedy and want to read a few more chaos monuments, but these are teenagers. They always have endless ambitions, and their edges have not been smoothed by society. Like a quasi-sage like him has experienced too much and knows what he is suitable for and what he is not suitable for, so he will not do things that are beyond his capabilities. Although this can be considered mature, he has lost the fearlessness of his youth. The kind of fighting spirit that he is not afraid of can no longer be compared to the vigorous cultivation practice when he was young. Because of this, when he encounters a bottleneck, it is always difficult to get over it." Yes, Lord Akashi. Hearing this, many geniuses also looked embarrassed. If they think about it carefully, it is indeed true. The supreme inheritance of a peak powerhouse is enough for them to use for life. Even if there is another inheritance, they may not be able to use it. Have time to practice. Okay, let's go back and rest first. We will meet again here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Redbeard Immortal Lord waved his hand and quickly left this place in a flash. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1545. Initial Universe. Taichu City, late at night. At this moment, Han Qing also settled in the residence he chose. It is worthy of being the original universe. If you practice here, you will make 1,000 miles every day. One day of practice here is comparable to a year outside. Han Qing said with emotion. He felt that even if he didn't meditate seriously and breathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the qi of Taichu around him was still swarming in and directly instilled into his body, making his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. This was more than he had ever seen. Any holy land for cultivation is thousands, tens of thousands times better. Don't be sad. Let's log into the internal webpage of the Universe Virtual Network Company first and see what treasures there are that can be redeemed. The Book of Dan couldn't wait to say. Because it was separated from Guxixiang and without monitoring, it seemed to have been reborn. It felt extremely free. It actually started to speak actively and was very lively. That's fine.
Han Qing nodded.
To be honest, he was also looking forward to it. As a genius who passed the Universe Genius Battle, he directly obtained the qualifications of a core member of Universe Virtual Company and was eligible to enter the internal network of Universe Virtual Company. This is the only talent of Universe Virtual Company. The web page that only members of the company can enter is extremely precious. Ding dong. In an instant, a virtual page opened, and a virtual projection appeared in front of him, which listed a series of functions, and Han Qing subconsciously the page belonging to the treasure house was opened. Immediately, options appeared on the screen, including magical powers, Taoist methods, secrets, weapons, magic weapons, materials, technological weapons, tools, creatures, secret treasures, special treasures, etc. Among these options, there are also dense small branches, such as the Divine Channel Method, their Gold System Method, Wood System Method, Water System Method, Earth System Method, Light System Method, etc. There are also various special secrets floating around. Cheats and magic weapons are also divided into different types of powerful magic weapons, and there are countless types of technological weapons. Click on the special treasure to see what treasures this universe virtual company has. The Book of Dan said immediately. Good. Han Qing was also very curious about the background of Universe Virtual Company, so he immediately clicked in and a virtual page opened. For one colorful sacred stone of 120,000 points, there is a 50% discount for honorary members, a 40% discount for council members, a 30% discount for members, a 20% discount for core members, a 10% discount for formal members, and a 9.1% discount for peripheral staff. Typhon gold 90,000 points for one piece, 50% off for honorary members, 40% off for council leaders, 30% off for members, 20% off for core members, 10% off for official members, and 9.1% off for peripheral staff. For 130,000 points per Huangquanhua, there is a 50% discount for honorary members, a 40% discount for council members, a 30% discount for members, a 20% discount for core members, a 10% discount for formal members, and a 9.9% discount for peripheral personnel. Awesome! So awesome! These are precious secret treasures that are hard to find in the world. Dan Jishu was amazed. Everything can be auctioned for sky-high prices at external auctions, and the supply is limited, so you can't have it just because you want it. But in the Universe Virtual Company, there is actually an unlimited supply, and you can redeem it with any bullshit points. It's a luxury. It's really too luxurious. It can feel the foundation of the Universe Virtual Company. After countless years of accumulation, there are countless treasures accumulated in the treasure house, which can be provided to company members in unlimited quantities. And the higher the level of the company members, the greater the benefits they will enjoy. The more, the greater the benefits will be. Luxury indeed. Han Qing couldn't help but nodded. To be honest, if these treasures were in the outside world, they would be treasures that even money could not buy. You can only buy them when others put them up for auction. But in the Universe Virtual Company, as long as you have enough points, you can exchange them for corresponding treasures. The difference is so huge that it can't be described in words. There is no doubt that this is a privilege. Controlling all the resources in the world is why we can have such luxury. Go check out the magic passages and secret books to see what's in them. The Book of Dan said immediately. Although it can be regarded as the crystallization of the supreme wisdom of a civilization, it does not mean that it is omniscient and omnipotent. There are still many things that it does not know. Moreover, a civilization also needs to learn the knowledge of other civilizations so that it can continue to progress. Otherwise, it will be complacent and make its own civilization stagnate. This is an unimaginable taboo for a civilization, so it always pursues new knowledge tirelessly and will not slack off at all. Han Qing did not hesitate and immediately clicked on the Divine Passage method, as well as cheats and other options. Heavenly Punishment Fire God Kung Fu. There is no divine way in Creation Era Gaia Swastika Demon Great Underworld Energy the Pure Air of Zen Zen Great Qian Yuan Invincible Zhang Gang Eternal Qing Shi Dao Dao Zong. Suddenly, a series of supreme secret books and supreme Taoist treasures appeared immediately. Each of these secret books has a huge reputation in the universe and is the ultimate inheritance of a certain school. Even if ordinary people want to learn, there is no way to do so. But now it is just like the third-rate skills at the roadside stall. It is placed in the redemption list above. As long as you have enough points, you can redeem them all. Crazy, crazy. Everyone is crazy. The immortals outside are working hard, fighting each other for a little treasure, a little bit of inherited secrets, and no one knows how many casualties there are. But this Universe Virtual Company actually only needs some bullshit points to redeem them all. Those bullshit points are clearly something set up within their company. Isn't it possible to set them up however you want? With so many treasures, they only benefit our own people, but not outsiders. The Book of Dan is very emotional. It can be regarded as a true insight into how a transcendent force cultivates new people. The endless resources in it alone are enough to drive countless cultivators crazy. It is no wonder that countless geniuses, even if I've been trying so hard to get into the 3 transcendental forces, because the benefits I get from entering the 3 transcendental forces are simply unmatched by other places. Sure enough, only by joining the Universe Virtual Company can you become a truly top expert. If you go to other forces, where can you get such benefits? Han Qing once again felt the happiness of having a background behind him. The best secrets, the best resources, the best teachers, everything is protected by the best things. If you still can't reach the top, I can only say you without this talent, there is no way to deny it. This is just like the students who entered Tsinghua University and Peking University. If you are a student of Tsinghua University and Peking University and still have a bad life after graduation, it can only be said to be your personal problem, definitely not the school's problem. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1546. Early the next morning, Han Qing and other Tianjiao came to the original place and gathered together. Red-bearded Immortal Lord had also been waiting there for a long time. Well, yes, it seems that you had a good rest last night. Next, we will go to the location of the Chaos Monument. Redbeard Immortal Lord smiled slightly and said to the many geniuses, "Whoosh, whoosh." Not long after, under the leadership of Red-bearded Lord Immortal, they quickly arrived at a palace in Taichu City. They saw there are 3 big characters written on the palace. Hall of Enlightenment. This. Han Qing immediately looked over and saw a tall and majestic building appearing in front of him, and he immediately saw the words of 3 chaos demon gods appearing on the palace plaque, the Hall of Enlightenment. Looking at the words of the 3 chaos demon gods, every stroke seems to contain infinite laws and secrets, and contains unparalleled attraction. If he sees these 3 chaos demon gods' words, he can't help but be attracted to them. Vaguely, he sensed these 3 the words of the chaos demon gods seemed to be a universe of their own, unfathomable, and his soul seemed to be absorbed into it. Damn it! In an instant, Han Qing bit his tongue, which immediately caused a slight pain in his body, and he immediately broke away from this strange attraction. He was shocked in his heart. It seemed that if he continued to look like this, his own soul will be swallowed up and will never be able to break out from now on. This is the Enlightenment Hall of the Palace, where the Chaos Monument is located. The 3 large characters on the plaque are the words of the Chaos Demon God. It was written by a certain great being and contains incredible power. Don't read too much, otherwise they will all be sucked in. If it is serious, they may be comatose for several days, and even a quasi-sage cannot see it for more than a few minutes. The red-bearded Immortal Master showed a cunning look in his eyes.
What?
Is this Enlightenment Hall so magical? The words of the Chaos Demon God? It is said that there are not many people who have mastered the words of the Chaos Demon God. Yes, it is said that the Chaos Demon God's writing is the oldest writing in the world. If you can master it, you can master the most essential power between heaven and earth, which is unfathomable. Is it so magical? I'm gonna go see. Hearing these words, these geniuses didn't pay much attention at first, but when they heard what Red-beard Immortal said, they all became extremely curious and couldn't help but look up. But when they looked at it, they all got it. They all hugged their heads, as if someone had hit them with a hammer. The pain made them cry. Haha, a bunch of little guys. Akasu Immortal smiled proudly, as if he was very proud that his prank was successful. People are like this sometimes. If they don't stop the other party, they might not do it, but once they're stopped, the other party will do it with great interest. That's it. It seems that Northerners dissuade Southerners not to use their tongues to rub steel in winter, otherwise it will definitely get stained. However, many Southerners do not believe in evil and all go to rub steel, and it actually gets stained. Hateful. Han Qing and other young prodigies were all so angry that they had foolishly fallen into their trap, but there was nothing they could do about it. Who made them so curious? Okay, let's go to the Enlightenment Hall first. Red-bearded Immortal Lord waved his hand and brought Han Qing and other geniuses into the Enlightenment Hall. Immediately, they came to a vast corridor, who knows how many kilometers long. And huge pictures appeared on the walls of the corridor. The scroll exudes an unfathomable aura, as if every trace is a law of heaven and earth. Here is the mural of the Chaos Monument, Red-beard Immortal Lord explained. Each mural above corresponds to a Chaos Monument. Although it can only describe 1/10,000th of the charm of the Chaos Monument, it is completely enough for you to select the corresponding Chaos Monument through the murals. You little guys only have 3 hours to choose. After the 3 hours are over, you must choose the Chaos Monument you want to comprehend. If you haven't decided yet, you will lose this opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Monument. Yes, Lord Akashi. Hearing this, Han Qing and other geniuses were awe-inspiring. Even though 3 hours seemed to be a long time, in fact, among so many murals, choosing a Chaos Monument that suits them best is not an easy task.
It's an easy thing.
It depends on your luck and understanding. If you choose wrongly, it will be equivalent to missing a major opportunity. You don't know how much time and resources it will take to make up for it. So, everyone is ready. Okay, without further ado, let's start choosing now. Red-beard Immortal Lord said immediately. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, many geniuses took action immediately and started to select the murals along this corridor. Damn it, how do you choose from so many Chaos Monuments? Chaos Monument of Cause and Effect, Chaos Monument of Time and Space, Chaos Monument of 5 Elements, Chaos Monument of Wind, Chaos Monument of Mother Insect, Chaos Monument of Mechanical Chaos, Chaos Monument of Soul, Chaos Monument of Great Axe, Chaos Monument of Sword. Each Chaos Monument is famous and contains something. Following the ultimate path of cultivation, there are so many Chaos Monuments that it is simply impossible to know where to start. Is not that right? It's also a troublesome thing to have too many peerless secrets, and you can't choose the right one at all. It's so shameless. If people from the outside hear these words, they will definitely want to beat you to death. There are so many peerless secrets that you can't even start. It's too extravagant. There is no way, although this is the trouble of happiness, but it is like choosing one to be your wife from countless peerless beauties. Who can imagine it? If I could, I'd like them all. Bah, it's really shameless, but it's true. If you can, of course you want them all, but this is impossible. Don't dream about it. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1550. Is this the Chaos Tower? At this moment, Han Qing and others looked up and saw a huge tower towering into the clouds. It was in the middle of Taichu City and seemed to run through the initial universe. No one knew how tall this giant tower was. I just know that I am as small as an ant in front of this giant tower. At the same time, the Chaos Tower exudes an unfathomable aura of chaos, permeating the surroundings. Even densely packed chaos demonic characters appear on the giant tower, flowing with ancient, eternal, and immortal words. Wait for the breath, as if it has existed in this world for an unknown period of time. Legend has it that the Chaos Tower began to exist before the world was born. No. Does that mean that this Chaos Tower is a supreme treasure? Of course, its history is older than any other world, and it is one of the most powerful magic weapons in the world. I have never seen the Chaos Tower use its true power. It is said that the Chaos Tower suppresses chaos and suppresses the earth, wind, water, and fire in the Six-Path universe. It is the Dinghai divine needle of the entire Six-Path universe, and its power is extraordinary. It is indeed powerful, but how should we enter the Chaos Tower? It seems that just getting close to the Chaos Tower is enough, and then you can teleport directly into the interior of the Chaos Tower. Look quickly, it seems that many strong men have come out of the Chaos Tower. Many geniuses are curiously looking at the vast Chaos Tower in front of them. They feel that this is the most powerful magic weapon they have ever seen. It is so powerful that it is outrageous. Even the many super weapons outside Taichu City are not as powerful as the Chaos Tower. Compared to that, it was nothing worth mentioning. They stood under the Chaos Tower and had already lost all the fighting power. This was a cosmic treasure that was as tyrannical as a god and unimaginably powerful. At this time, the surroundings of the Chaos Tower had already appeared. In front of the dense crowd, each of them is a top powerhouse in Taichu City, filled with an abyss-like aura. However, these top powerhouses were all seriously injured and limped out of the Chaos Tower. Obviously, they were all eliminated by the Chaos Tower. It's a pity that this time we only reached the 899th floor of the Chaos Tower. We are only one step away from going one step further. That's really a pity. It is said that the Chaos Tower above the 900th floor is a new world. The strong people you encounter are simply incomparable to the strong ones below the 900th floor. Is not that right? Only by setting foot on the 900th floor of the Chaos Tower can one be considered a top expert among quasi-sages. Otherwise, he is just an ordinary quasi-sage with limited future prospects. Look, there are a group of little guys coming over there. Haha, he should be the genius of this universe genius battle. I don't know how many floors of the Chaos Tower these little guys will climb. I don't know, but these little guys are just in the fairyland. Climbing more than 100 floors is already amazing. Many top powerhouses were talking about it. They also looked at Han Qing and other geniuses with curiosity. They were also very curious about how high these geniuses could get into the Chaos Tower. Whoosh whoosh. Not long after, many geniuses, they all entered the Chaos Tower one after another. Is this the Chaos Tower? In an instant, Han Qing found that he seemed to have entered a strange world. He saw that this was a void space, with nothing around and a vast expanse of white everywhere. Whoosh whoosh. Immediately, a powerful man immediately appeared in the open space in front of him. These powerful men were like condensed laws, but they were sane. They all looked at Han Qing teasingly. Is this the new trialist? Looks ordinary and weak. Let me try his strength. I hope he can withstand a few of my moves. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong man attacked Han Qing at an extremely fast speed. Come on, only by defeating these guys can you climb to the higher Chaos Tower and get more free times to comprehend the Chaos Monument. I will not show mercy. Han Qing's eyes showed a hint of coldness. He has experienced countless challenges. Facing the enemy's attacks, he will naturally not be afraid, but will be eager to try. 3 days and 3 nights passed in the blink of an eye. Thousands of geniuses were successively judged as winners and losers, and were gradually eliminated from the Chaos Tower. Damn it, my strength is so weak that I can only climb the 108th floor of the Chaos Tower. Me too, I felt powerless when I was on the 107th floor of the Chaos Tower. There is no way. We are only in the human immortal realm, and the strength of the Chaos Tower at a higher level has already reached the Earth Immortal, or even the Celestial Immortal. Even we can't cross so many levels to defeat the enemy. I don't know who among us has climbed the highest number of floors in the Chaos Tower this time. It is said that the swordsman Luo is very terrifying. He has superb swordsmanship and even understood the sword domain. He has reached the 149th floor of the Chaos Tower. He failed due to a fall due to strength when he was on the 150th floor of the Chaos Tower. Chun Rulong is not simple either. His strength is unparalleled. He went on a rampage and even reached the 149th floor of the Chaos Tower. His combat power is beyond imagination. Li Qiuxian is the real pervert. I don't know how he did it. He actually reached the 199th floor of the Chaos Tower. He almost climbed to the 200th floor of the Chaos Tower and got 2 free insights into the Chaos Monument. Chance. Originally, I thought I was not far behind these top 10 geniuses, but as soon as I climbed the Chaos Tower, I could see the gap between them. It was simply huge. No wonder the Chaos Tower is the best place to detect people's trembling index. The difference between them can indeed be clearly seen at a glance. Don't be discouraged. Now is just the beginning. Sooner or later we will be able to catch up. You are right. This moment is just the first step in a long march of thousands of miles. It's nothing at all. Sooner or later we will catch up. Many geniuses were talking and clenching their fists. Originally, they were still unconvinced, thinking that they did not perform well in the cosmic genius battle, so they lost to other geniuses. If it were to happen again, the result would be unknown. But after climbing the Chaos Tower, the fighting prowess between each other is clearly displayed in front of everyone. No matter how powerful they can climb several floors of the Chaos Tower. This is simply clear and cannot be denied at all. But even so, as the peerless geniuses, how could they be willing to do so? If you are lagging behind others, even if there is a huge gap now, you will definitely be able to catch up in the future. Can I only climb 140 floors of the Chaos Tower? It seems that my combat power is still far away from these perverts. Han Qing is a little helpless, but there is nothing that can be done about it. He is just an alchemist. How can he compare with the Sword Immortal and boxing sect who are famous for their killings? It is considered good to have such a record. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. If you enjoyed this journey through the Fabelverse, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next chapter. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.